Why should we be justified by the laws of men? When Jah the Creator, He said that we can be all that we can. Don't let anybody judge you. Just do what it is your heart says to do. Don't listen to what they have to say. Just let it in one ear and turn and walk away. Always trust in the Most High. Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari.
KUAM FM Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Kalan hao paloma natisinya ugodi Moto hao mandisita an manenghengi wengi was gumupo hao kinangi an umaili ihitalu Zan parehui putio Zan huli matomu Barata agua zazaru Hasul ikulot ipapamu Kalani isa Zani paunya i-airi Zani sinyente ni corazonmu Anon atanzu An umaili ihitalu Zan parehui putio Zan huli imatamu Barata agua zazaru You're like a bird that I can never hold. You come to see me on cold nights, and then you fly away into the sky. I remember the color of your wings, like rainbows, the smell of the air, the feeling in my heart when you looked at me. So my love, until we meet again. Umaili ihitalu Zan parehui putio Zan huli imatamu Barata agua zazaru Barata agua zazaru Barata agua zazaru Barata
of my heart, and I must say that I love you so. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Every day is a battle I face. Strange life I live, but it's what you decided. Give it all into your hands, do what you will with me. And I smile when you speak. Remember all those times I was hoping for something, shaking my head from all I've done. But you never left me. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I've fallen in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Give it up for you, I'd give it up for you, I'd give it up for you, I'd do anything for you. 1, 2, 3. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than ever before. Ooh la la, I'm falling in love, and it's better this time than I've ever known. I have fallen in love. 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 I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio. I'm pulling you close. You just say no. You say you don't like it, but I know that you're a liar. 'Cause when we kiss, ooh, fire, fire. Late at night, I'm taking you home. I say I wanna stay. You say you wanna be alone. You say you don't love me. You can hide your desire. 'Cause when we kiss, ooh, fire, fire. You got a hold on me right from the start. A grip so tight you couldn't tear it apart. My nerves all jumping, acting like a fool. Well, your kisses, they burn, but your heart stays cool. Romeo and Juliet, Samson and Delilah. Baby, you can bet the love they didn't deny. Your words say spit, words they lie. 'Cause when we kiss, ooh, fire, fire, fire. You had a hold on me right from the start, a grip so tight you couldn't tear it apart. My nerves all jumping, acting like a fool. Well, your kisses they burn, but your heart stays cool. Romeo and Juliet, Samson and Delilah, baby, you can bet the love they didn't deny. Your words they spit, but your words they lie. 'Cause when we kiss, ooh, fire, fire, fire,
Chris and Sabrina with The Link here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Please don't change the line. Keep your number same. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light on. And remember my face. My face. I watch these birds flying. They remind me how far I am from where I'm from. They're getting higher and they fly inside me. I'm righteous soon to tell you how far I've come. Please don't change the line. Keep your number same. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on. Keep the light on, yeah. And remember come home enough for feel the waves crashing down. Tell me you and them won't change. You please don't change the line. Change the number. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on, the light on, the light on, the light on, and remember my face. Please don't change the line. Keep the number same. I know I'm far away, but I swear I'll never change. So just keep the light on, the light on, keep the light on, keep the light on, and remember my face, yeah.
Così uli di sombranzelten mek et zu te saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malakes fredzas durante todo imemu a nogi distancia gumugupugi palu zangiman malak guafi Ikonuna sugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
day. 'Cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Hey, hey, hey. Let's slow down and look at what we accomplished. Maybe we will find a reason to live. Look at all the joy and happiness and embrace what you know and live for today. So breathe every day. Appreciate everything you have. Don't waste any day. 'Cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Another day. Mm-hmm. Heaven can wait another day.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning, and good morning to our friends in Auburn, Washington, checking in for the first time today.
Wow.
Nothing Auburn about our sky outside. That is the bluest of blue, but Auburn is a very nice color.
Good morning. I didn't even see that. Facebook Live is popping this morning. Thank you, guys.
That's from Maria Mendiola.
All right. Good morning, Maria Mendiola. From Auburn, Washington, not Georgia.
Yeah. No, that Auburn, Alabama, you're thinking.
Oh,
War Eagle!
okay. Sorry. 628. You know my geography.
You don't watch a lot of college football, do you? Oh, but you know what? Also, wonderful, wonderful comment from Rose. She goes, Buenas and half a day to my favorite morning show.
Ah, Rose.
Thank you, Rose. That really, really.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Our doggone just got a little bigger. Elizabeth Aggie also.
I was going to say something about blushing, but that works too.
Chimes in from Eva Beach, Hawaii. Deborah Manabusan from Washington. F. Glenn Lujan.
How are the waves in Eva Beach? I know there's like it's a big music place. I've heard they've got really, really good malasadas out there, but I have no idea about the waves.
I don't either. Yeah, let us know, Elizabeth Aggie. F. Glenn Lujan, good morning of the Holidays Up podcast.
And you know, Glenn, we are thinking about you and your family.
Our condolences.
Our thoughts and our condolences and our prayers.
Right.
He's going through some stuff.
Bennett Duenas, buenas. Ken Paulino, good morning, be safe. You okay?
I'm just looking at something.
What do you got? Something juicy?
Well, what was our travel designation?
Oh no!
by
Really?
CDC? What was it?
It was like the good one.
Was it 2? Were we at 2?
Hold on.
So 5 is the highest
No,
risk. Right?
4.
Oh,
No.
4 is the highest risk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a 2. You know what? Okay, you were talking
So
about
we're
juicy.
now at, because I check this thing quite frequently.
Okay, you know what is juicy?
We're at 3.
Oh, okay.
So our travel,
It went up or down depending on how you look at it, right?
it went down. It went up. The risk warning went
Oh,
up.
boy.
Yeah, we're COVID-19 high level 3, according to the CDC website. They just updated it on August, what's today? 9th, which is
Today.
August 9th this week. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So that, I believe that's going to change some things, especially for travel to the NMI, because their whole protocol is dealing with, the easiest protocols they have are if you're coming from an area where there's a low transmission rate.
Yeah.
Right, so I'll see if we can get.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and honestly, we're getting Chima Mbakwem on. Hopefully, he'll have some information for us about this latest. There were 52 positives reported from over the weekend testing, which again, that's a few days worth. But last Monday, I think the total was like 29 or something, right? Or 30. Last Monday, the weekend reporting of results. Yeah, so it was not 52 is what I know for sure. As we're surging, guys, this is a surge. Cricket.
No, what 7.7 is it? 7.5?
What is the car score? Yeah.
7.7. It is 7.7.
7.7, yeah. So 52 positives out of, what was it, 1,048 samples taken from Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So 52, that averages 17 per day if you want to think about
Right.
how it all spreads out and everything like that, which technically is lower per day than it was. But no, do not take anything away from the fact that this thing is getting around.
Yeah, and I don't know if we just kind of fell out of practice with the information, but last week it was very difficult to get supporting information about a lot of these positive cases. Remember last week, guys? There were 12 military Army personnel from the USN Fisher that were evacuated to the GovGuam isolation facility. We didn't really hear anything after that. Okay, there was a meeting, high-level meeting, I guess, between our public health counterparts and their counterparts on the military side. And what we had seen come out of that meeting was the DoD reversed their mask policy. All right, so we're getting public health on again. I believe we're going to get Chima Mbakwan, the Chief Public Health Officer, hoping he can shed some light on this surge that we're in right now. And I know yesterday we kind of gave the Gov a hard time just for, because we've kind of been here before, right, with this high car score, these high number of positives, and it almost seems like we heard more from our leaders back when we were seeing these kind of numbers. And while we did get a Instagram message from our governor over the weekend, and there was that huge EO that dropped late Friday afternoon on WhatsApp, we're just kind of waiting for the other messaging shoe to drop, if you will. All right. So we'll keep you posted. We're getting Ed Byrne, the DOA director. I believe they're working on a memo circular relative to the governor's executive order that mandated vaccination for executive branch employees. And that kind of was just the big news yesterday, as we saw different agencies and different entities were kind of chiming in saying, yes, we're going to follow this, or we're working on it, or we're going to start reviewing it, right?
Right.
Yeah, so we saw the CCU late yesterday afternoon said they have a couple meetings before this EO. Is it set the deadline for September 24th?
To get vaccinated, yes.
To get vaccinated. So the CCU chair, Joy Dueñas, said that, yeah, they have a few meetings before the 24th, so they're definitely going to be addressing this and whether or not they're going to jump on and follow the mandate. We heard from the Port Authority of Guam, General Manager Roy Respicio, that the Port Authority is going to be following the governor's vaccination mandate. We haven't heard from the legislature other than procedurally what it would take, which I believe would be a committee on rules vote for them to follow the vax mandate. And so we had Daphne Shimizu and Teresa Ariola on yesterday, and Daphne was still kind of figuring out how to implement this. But, to be fair, GovGuam is having these vaccination clinics. And I hear people are going out to them, right?
Yeah, Isaiah Uggan from our news team reported yesterday. Look, interesting stat, because he was out at the old Carnival Grounds vaccination site over in Tizan, and he was saying that even for testing, like 80% of the people that were showing up for testing were already vaccinated, fully vaccinated.
Right. Yeah. So we're going to get also Dr. Ann Pobutsky, the territorial epidemiologist, on at 9 o'clock. She's been, obviously crunching a lot of this COVID data, and she really has a lot of interesting info on the Delta variant. We do have some Facebook action going on here. Elizabeth Aggie says, nice haircut. Is she talking to you, Jay? My daughter was teasing me this morning because
I haven't got my hair cut in a few weeks, so listen, she can
I
only
put
be talking
gel
to you.
in my hair the last couple days, but this morning I think I put too much. So when I was saying goodbye to her, I said, "How's Daddy's hair?" And she goes, "Dad, if you put too much gel in your hair, you're gonna go bald." So I guess I have too much gel.
Okay,
in my
now,
hair.
trust me, because this is something I know a thing or two about,
Right.
right? Over putting like gel. There's two guys on Guam whose hair is like basically like bulletproof and rock solid. Me and Joe Ada, right?
Right. Yes.
Joe
Yeah,
Ada, the classic
right.
dippity doo,
Homemade,
yeah.
dripping wet
But-
comb over.
But you can put an excessive amount of gel on your hair if it's like hold level 1,
Yeah.
or you can put a tiny bit if it's like hold level 8.
I
Like
just
if
got
you use
tired
like
of-
LA Looks and it's hold level 8, I mean that you can go out in a typhoon and that thing ain't moving.
I just got tired of Joe, sir. Every time I come on, we go live, he's always doing like this to me. Because I got these hairs, they just,
Yeah, I was beginning to wonder if you were gonna like audition for like alfalfa and
it's because of Uncle Guy. I got that cowlick that sticks up.
I can see you as as Little Rascal.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, Darla. Well, you know what is on
Elizabeth
point today?
says medium waves are good to learn to surf at Eva Beach.
Oh, good. I would love to go to Eva Beach one of these days.
Marianne St. Nicholas, Buenos and off day. Good morning, KUAM crew, Guam and all the world. Stay safe. God bless.
That's the word.
Rosemary Laguardia, what would the car score need to be at for the island to be placed back on PCOR 2? No!
That's a good question.
But you know what? The governor did say that she will not hesitate.
Yep.
She will not procrastinate.
To pull the string.
She will not wait to go backwards and, what is it? Unease restrictions?
Implement restrictions.
Implement more restrictions. Yeah, because she got to go to the States and have her fun now. So now that she came back from the States after gallivanting, now we're going to get a lockdown. No, I'm kidding, guys. Be serious. I don't know, but we just need to know more about these cases, which hopefully we'll find out so that we can kind of tailor our approach. In the meantime, just do what you got to do.
But it's also interesting. I was thinking about this last night, Chris, because I remember a very, very key phrase that our friend Dr. Hohen Nguyen, who's coming on the show later,
Right,
that
he
he said at the beginning of the year, is he said, guys, when he was encouraging everybody to go out and get the vaccine right when they were just beginning to become available here, he said, what we're trying to do as a physicians group, as a government, as a community is we want to move forward, not back.
Yeah.
And we always want to, we want to look ahead. We don't want to regress. We want to progress. And he goes, we're going to keep moving forward, not backward.
Right.
And I those words just rang with me like last night. I was thinking about that. Like
Yeah.
after the JIC report came out and everything, I was like, so strategically, I wonder how they're going to,
Yeah.
handle this. But again, the governor said, she may impose restrictions again, coupling that with the fact that we have to move forward. Kids are back in school this week. Private schools are actually in class probably in about a half hour.
I mean, I think that there's some worry out there. I want to say,
Businesses are open.
with these numbers, but we're moving full steam ahead. We got the first day of school on Thursday. Going around, it's pretty very busy.
You know what our community also has? We have
Jay, would you say it's back to pre-COVID levels?
No.
No,
Well, I wouldn't say that, but
I think it is.
the one thing our community does have is probably the most valuable weapon in the world is we got a year and a half worth of information and experience.
Right.
So we can say to a certain degree, we kind of have an idea of how these things play out.
Yeah, we do.
I mean, easy for me to say. I'm not making the decisions. I'm a nobody, but we have been through this kind of thing before.
Don't put yourself down like that, Jay.
No, it's I'm not imposing restrictions. I have nothing to do with that.
But I mean, what do you think though? Did we, because the governor says in her comments that she slowly eased restrictions? Do you think we slowly eased restrictions? Because to me, it seemed like it was like one day we're, restricted, and then the next day at midnight they were like, okay, at midnight you're unrestricted, and then it was like, boom, everything was open, and nobody knew.
It took a while.
I think nobody really they were like, wait, what can we do now? Because again, it was one of those like they put it out late at night and they didn't tell anyone.
And we are right, Bree. We are still in the current state
PCOR
of,
3.
state of health emergency until the end of this
Yeah.
month.
Which probably
We're in
be-
PCOR 3, but these if you look at what PCOR 3 means, we're like in PCOR 5 right now, right? because they set these parameters: PCOR 1, PCOR 2, PCOR 3, PCOR 4. But then, because we couldn't go to PCOR 4 after achieving herd immunity, which was what we were told was going to happen, they just moved a lot of the PCOR 4 freedoms under PCOR 3. It's really confusing. Because back, remember when PCOR 2 used to mean something? Right. Let's go ahead and get into the news. We're getting the signal here, 640.
By the way, your eyeshadow, really, really on point. I hope you guys can see that on the
I
camera.
hope you guys can see this ensemble that breed, like the color of it.
Close your
What
eyes
kind of
for
color
just
is
a
that?
minute. Like show that off.
Mauve. It kind of matches your shirt
Yeah, it does.
That is mauve.
and matches your shirt.
It does. Wow.
Joe, you're
No, Joe's wearing
but
camouflage.
it's camouflage, so
Yeah.
Hey, real men wear pink. All right.
Hey, man, you don't got to wait till October to wear pink, guys.
Yeah, and we always support breast cancer survivors, those are going through it, the caregivers and everything like that. Like one,
Is that a hickey
our
on your
office
neck?
managers, huh?
Was that a hickey on your neck?
No.
You see that, sir?
yeah. It's time to go to news.
Oh,
I
let's
just
go ahead and go to
shaved.
news. Okay.
Good Lord.
Just checking. It's 6:41, guys. Good Lord. Good Lord, my good man. With the
I was
very
gonna say
latest.
something else, but I had to.
We're going to get into the news now, guys. Brought to you by Pacific Points. Our first look at news here for the link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points.
No.
With the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Mantonati.
Off it, everybody. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has updated its travel advisory list. Guam went from level 2 to level 3, which means there's a high level of COVID in Guam. Under level 3, the CDC recommends that you get fully vaccinated before traveling to Guam, and travelers should follow recommendations or requirements in the territory, including mask wearing and social distancing. Military service members may have to join the vaccination if they haven't already. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has issued a memo saying he will ask President Biden to approve making COVID vaccines mandatory by mid-September. Austin wrote, quote, "I have every confidence that service leadership and your commanders will implement this new vaccination program with professionalism, skill, and compassion. If not by mid-September, the defense secretary will see Biden's approval immediately upon the FDA's formal authorization, whichever comes first. Vaccines in the military are voluntary when under emergency use authorization by the FDA. The president has the authority to waive the rule and make the vaccine a requirement for personnel. In a statement, President Biden said he strongly supported Austin's decision. Meanwhile, here at home, Guam records 52 new cases of COVID-19. The results are from 1,068 tests performed from last Friday to Sunday. According to the Joint Information Center, the CAR score has jumped to 7.7. Additionally, a total of 7 people are now hospitalized, with 2 patients receiving ICU level of care. The JIC report states that 24 of the new cases were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel history and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 8,725 officially reported cases of COVID, with 143 deaths. 191 cases are active, while there have been 8,391 recoveries. The JIC also notes that 2 GFD firefighters assigned to the rescue unit at the Hagatna Marina tested positive. Additionally, 2 GDOE employees and 1 GDOE student tested positive for the virus. 1 was identified as an employee at George Washington High School. The individual was not reported to the work site. The second was identified as an employee assigned to Untalon Middle School. Again, the individual is not reported to the work site. The third individual has been identified as a student who is enrolled at John F. Kennedy High School. The Port Authority of Guam also reporting an unvaccinated employee tested positive for COVID. The agency's contact tracing team has identified 22 employees as potential close contacts, and of that number, 19 are fully vaccinated. Arrangements will be made with public health to coordinate testing. Meanwhile, the port confirms at least 82% of employees are fully vaccinated there, 7 are partially, and 56 are not yet vaccinated. Port General Manager Rory Respicio confirms that he will implement the governor's executive order regarding mandatory vaccinations. Island residents are urged to continue to hold the line and wear a mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands. The island remains under a public health emergency declaration and in PCOR 3. Meanwhile, vaccination clinics are being held today at Public Health's Southern Region Community Health Center from 9 a.m. to 12 noon and at the Micronesia Mall from 11 o'clock this morning to 6 p.m. Free COVID-19 testing also being offered this week at the Old Carnival Grounds in Tidsen from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. The testing is on a first come, first served basis. Bring a photo ID. Only 4 people per car will be allowed. Results will be available on site. Minors must be accompanied by a parent or legal guardian and provide government-issued identification to validate age. The parent legal guardian will also be required to sign a consent form on behalf of the minor. Testing for travel purposes will not be conducted. And here's more news with Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day, good morning everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. In an executive order signed Friday, the governor mandated that all executive branch employees must be vaccinated against COVID-19. The move comes as the infection rate is rising. This follows the lifting of most restrictions after achieving the 80% adult immunization goal. KUAM's Nestor Lecanto has more.
According to Executive Order 2021-17, employees will have until Friday, September 24th to get immunized. In the lengthy 8-page EO, the governor cited multiple examples of case law that support her vaccine mandate. She says Guam law provides, quote, in case of an epidemic, the Director of Public Health may direct that the general population be vaccinated. It also states that it may exercise emergency powers. The governor also points out that federal EEO laws do not prevent employers from requiring that all employees physically entering the workplace be vaccinated. She also cites examples of federal agencies who've imposed the mandate, including U.S. Veterans Affairs and the U.S. Justice Department. She even references a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that states it is, quote, within the police power of a state to provide for compulsory vaccination. The governor's order also referenced vaccine skepticism. She writes that, quote, outside of anecdotal references, there is simply no substantial evidence that the COVID-19 vaccines are harmful. And to the contrary, it is beyond reasonable dispute that the vaccines reduce the risk of infection and death. But the order also provides that, quote, in the event a worker declines, they will be required to submit to weekly COVID-19 testing. And executive branch agencies have been ordered to coordinate with Public Health and the National Guard to schedule vaccination clinics at their respective agencies. And finally, notwithstanding privacy laws and regulations, the agencies must also maintain the records of all employee vaccination status, including those who declined. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Guam Federation of Teachers Union understands the need to protect the students and the community, but is on the fence about fully supporting a mandate forcing GovGuam employees to get vaccinated.
Since the governor issued her executive order late Friday, GFT reps say they've been flooded with concerns from GovGuam employees.
One of them said that they will probably no longer teach.
GFT President Tim Fidenko is concerned with the impact mandatory vaccinations could have on the government as a whole, in particular frontline agencies.
The real question is possibly what if we do lay off all these firemen or furlough or fire or take disciplinative action against policemen, firemen, DOC guards, and we're down to 50% of the workforce in there. Then are we creating a more dangerous society by trying to make a healthier, safer society, right? So these are, I'm not the governor and I don't plan to be, but these are tough decisions, right? Very hard things to do. And I think when you force people to do things, they have pushback, right? I'm not going to do it. It's my right.
GFT Field Representative Robert Koss has also received concerns about the governor's executive order. For example, a GovGuam employee reached out to him not wanting to get a shot from a vaccine that the FDA has only approved through emergency use authorization. According to Koss, nurses who are part of the GFT union are 100% on board with COVID vaccines, but other members are not.
On the other side, we've got many employees who are concerned about using an experimental drug that has not been approved, and whether the government is properly authorized to force us to be lab rats and inject the experimental drugs into our bodies.
The governor's executive order does give an option for employees who do not want to get vaccinated to get weekly COVID-19 tests. If a GovGuam employee does not do either, then they will be subject to disciplinary action. What that means, however, was not included in the EO.
We should also add that autonomous agencies and the Mayor's Council of Guam are not part of the executive branch. But according to the Adelup Communications Director, Crystal Palco San Augustine, the executive orders intend that they follow the mandate. A memo from the Department of Administration is forthcoming to provide clarification. The legislature will begin debate on the fiscal year 2022 budget bill on Wednesday. While they've been waiting to hear from the governor about how much, if any, American Rescue Plan money will go to the agencies to make up for potential budget shortfalls, the governor says the ARP money is not meant for that.
The ARP is a temporary. The ARP is not a sustainable source of financial aid. It's primarily there for 2 years. It's to help with any economic impact. It's to help with lost revenues. And so we have been communicating with Senator Joe San Augustine, and he is aware of all that I have said, and actually we'll be working closely to see how we can sustain the budget moving forward with general fund monies, not ARP monies.
But that hasn't stopped several senators from trying to get more information. Republican Senator Jim Moylan today filed a Freedom of Information Act request with Adelup. He wants to know about the governor's ARP spending plan, the breakdown of all ARP spending so far, the questions that were submitted to Treasury about using ARP to pay for the RISE Act, and for the proposed new Guam Memorial Hospital. Students were filled with excitement Monday morning as they kicked off the start of a new school year safely at Guahan Academy Charter School in Barrigada. Here's more.
It was the first day back to school for students at the Home of the Stars, and according to Guahan Academy Charter School Chief Executive Officer, Superintendent Dr. Judith Wanpat, safety is their top priority. From temperature checks, social distancing, and painted footprints on walkways, Guahan Academy has taken every step to ensure they were ready for today.
All PPEs have been issued to the teachers for both the teachers and the students. So you'll find that in every student desk, they would have like a packet of these alcohol wipes that would be there for the children to, at any time they need to clean. And then one of the other things we're going to do, because we don't share a lot of things, is that, and our water fountains have been changed now to the touchless ones. So we're going to give the children a flask.
Additionally, extra sneeze guards, temperature guns, and air purifiers have been ordered for each classroom. In the interim, windows and doors will slightly be open to have the air flowing. GACS is only offering face-to-face instruction. However, if a student tests positive or needs to be quarantined, then distance learning will be provided. As for whether GACS will follow the governor's executive order for mandatory vaccinations, Dr. Wanpat says they are awaiting guidance from their board. As of right now, though, almost 90% of their faculty and staff are fully vaccinated. Reporting for Guam News Network, Wahusi Isaiah Uggan.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The 7-day average for newly daily COVID infections is now about 100,000. We haven't seen that number since February. The surge is overwhelming hospitals in the South and forcing communities across the country to make tough decisions about masks in schools. Deborah Alfarone reports.
COVID hospitalizations in Louisiana are at an all-time high. At Baton Rouge General Hospital, the ICU is meant to hold about 25 patients, but more than 70 COVID patients need beds, so the hospital has converted 4 hospital wings to make room. Almost all of the COVID patients are unvaccinated, like 61-year-old Douglas Allen.
You can't move because you don't have the strength.
Even still, Allen is not 100% sure he'll get a vaccine when he's able to. Doctors say the misinformation about the vaccine is difficult to combat.
You see all the misinformation out there. I can understand sometimes why they make the decisions they do. When you read those lies, they're scary to a lot of people.
The CDC says about 61% of U.S. adults are fully vaccinated. President Biden's top medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, says he expects the FDA to fully approve the vaccines this month, which could lead to new vaccine requirements at the local level.
That could be colleges, universities, places of business, a whole variety, and I strongly support that.
Children under 12 are still not eligible for the vaccines as school is set to begin. The National Institutes of Health reports over 1,400 children are currently hospitalized with COVID, the highest number ever recorded. Despite Dr. Fauci's recommendation that schools require masks in the fall, local and state officials are divided. New Jersey and California schools will require masks, but Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed an executive order banning schools from mandating masks. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Washington.
As the island and its tourism industry reopens, we continue with our weekly segment highlighting some of the island's businesses who are Guam Safe certified by the Guam Visitors Bureau and have the World Travel and Tourism Council's Safe Travels stamp. Today we feature Payless Markets.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Half a day, I'm Kate Baltazar Dodge. I'm the Chief People Officer with Payless Markets. It's important because the health and safety of our employees and customers and vendors and all who visit our store are of the utmost priority. As an essential business throughout the pandemic, we never closed, so it was always incumbent upon us to implement the highest standards of health and safety and sanitation for everyone, and to be able to communicate that to our customers, to the public, to our employees, and also our visitors. It means we value you. We value you as a member of our family, our employees, our customers, and certainly our visitors, that we have always implemented the very strict and highest standards of safety for everyone in our stores. So to be able to have that designation communicated that much more and emphasized the work that we did to make sure that our stores were safe and everyone in our Payless family was safe. Throughout all of our 8 stores and certainly our admin building, our warehouses, and everywhere that Payless does business, since the beginning of the pandemic, we implemented a slew of measures to include temperature checks at the entrances, hand sanitizing, directional signs. We've had sanitization of shopping carts and baskets. We hired a whole crew, a brand new crew, to sanitize and clean the stores to ensure everyone's safety. So all of these things, conveyor belts, countertops, high-touch areas, that is still happening to this day to make sure that everyone is safe and that we are certainly worthy of this international designation. We are absolutely ready to welcome, as I've mentioned, to welcome our visitors back to our island and to our stores.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Here's Uncle King Conception with your Chamorro News Update.
Buenos Napades to get soon to be finut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Para debate na test COVID-19 pago na semana geti hagas lugar carnival gita tizan gilas 9 geekan sa las 12 gitalwani. Manasasad bezi finin na maktu finin na ma-assist na manera. Dibid yung gaizo ID card ni gaili tratu. 4 na tao galam kareta masedi. Jadi suto ni test siya sa sigida sun manatungo gi mismo adzo na lugar. Imenori dot siya sa debit yung farenes gaya ni signan niya pa rin niya guardian. So fangay zo loki ID card gobernamento para ma-verifika dot niya. Debiluki mamanisgagay no filme dokumento niya konsenti binakunan ni menor de edad. Taza test para di siya parufampasayu huzang isla. Gimasa tikulo, para matutuni legislatura yung argumento para budget di 2022 na sakan gi Merkulis. Mentas mananangay gobyerno para kwanto na salapi yung American Rescue Plan para manasabi para hensya siya para mananahungi salapi budget siya ilang gobyerno na islapi ARP tati para adzo na artikulo. Lotin na para palugi senador makitsuli mas informasyon po desti. Yung Republican na Senador Jim Moylan sa manfaw na si Freedom of Information na requesta para adilub. Malago si Moylan o tungi plano niya ay magahaga para ARP kwanto esta magasta guihi i-question niya siya niya sa meeting wato gi Department of the Treasury po ni nasa bini ARP para yung napasi RISE Act dyan para yung nasa ni Nuevo na Hospital Guam Memorial. Mas talo at sunto, Haji Official Polusia ni off-duty ani umimbat gagi insidentin mamaki giza tamuning sa birag itati gizitsonya dia 2 de Agosto después ani mapega gi administrative leave para kasi un mes na tempo. Isusadbento gi Julio gi ifyo ni Sentam building giza tamuning sana ma-activate independent investigation team gi ofisina ni Rada Bugao. Sigon ni sinada autopsy, biktima ni ma-identifika na si Failer Fabian, 49 anos na edad, na matay mapaki ni unua na tirun bala. I-video ni Anuk todo este sa estama release. I-official polisiya ni umembarga gwini sa tema identifika. Manota ni KUAM na destipago siya investigasyon kriminal dyan internal affairs. Gimas, destipago siya maligaw nuevo na superintendent para eskweleng katoliko. Sigon si Tony Diaz, si spokesperson para Archdiocese, imapos na Merkulis sa utuma na dia para doon na posisyon si Dr. Juan Flores. Nirunipor KUAM 2 anos si Flores na superintendent para eskweleng katoliko anay maempleado gi Julio na mes 2019 na sakan. Ginigwiza ko si Flores superintendent para Guam Department of Education desti 2003 hasta 2006 na sakan. YouTube na asunto para pauga na matis gini KUAM News gifinut sa Moro manaparaw monago fi estudyante siya gi Lunes anay matutunin nuevo na sakan eskwela sa seguridad gi Guahan Academy Charter School gi sa Bargada. Este primer dia tati gi eskwela para estudyante gi Home of the Stars. The segundo Chief Executive Officer para GACS si Dr. Judith Wampat seguridad para todo guihi ed mastarkilo na inapunta. Desti matutuli kinalentura din stansan sosyal dani mapenta isagan mamoka no footprints matogi ni GACS todin na sinaniya pero mana siguro na mansenless to siya. Guasya mas sneeze guards, aji temperature guns, aji air purifiers, ni man mayang karga para kada uno na kwartang leksyon. Mentas mananaga sa parofatu, mababa dididi bentana sa nipeta siya, pero mana fresco halami manglo. I-GACS sa adzo mga preferency, i-face-to-face na finanagwi, lo kumugwa estudyante positibo test niya, sa debi numa kwarentina, pero managwa siyempre at distance learning. Ilinga si Wampa na mananangga mas inisgayon gininsun niya board, lo para pawa ka na 90% gito de lanero guihi sa estaman mabakuna. Para Guam News Network, Guasikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
The KUAM Care Force presents The Greater Good every Wednesday on The Link. This special feature presents interesting and informative interviews with community leaders and organization representatives to bring awareness to our residents and encourage participation in planned activities to celebrate. The Greater Good is brought to you by your friends at J. Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find and act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Yep. The theme song of this pandemic just keeps going on and on and on.
But you know, it's only we're only gonna make it end a little bit faster if we all do our part.
I just don't think it's gonna end. Like, what did Dr. Ann Pobutsky say? It's a pandemic!
No. She also said the last time she was on, she's coming on. She's coming on later.
She's coming on this morning.
So I'm looking forward to that. But the last time she was on, she goes, "There's basically, simply stated, there are two Guams: the vaccinated and the unvaccinated." She
Right.
goes, as simple as that.
But I think it's gotten a little less simple as we started to see transmission among those who are fully vaccinated. But, let's just be real. This latest surge is what prompted this vaccination mandate from the governor. It also prompted a video message that was put out on Instagram Saturday night, again, imploring the people of Guam to do what they got to do. Well, I mean, we did everything they said. We got to the herd immunity. Check.
Yep.
But I guess
we enjoyed all of one day of herd immunity before the cases started going up. No, it's nuts. I mean, if you think about it, we talked about this yesterday. We achieved herd immunity on a Thursday.
Yep.
They had, the announcement. They said, but restrictions won't be fully lifted until
midnight,
until Monday.
Right.
The following when the
Something
work week
like
started.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we had all of that Monday, and then on Tuesday, 21.
Right.
Wednesday was 23. Thursday was 29, and it was like,
and so
one day.
Right. What they're saying, I mean, I'm guessing, and we'll get Shima on, but what I'm hearing is, or what I'm taking away from it is that as long as the hospitalizations are down, that we're just never going to eradicate the positive cases of COVID.
And that is not a new thing. I mean, the doctors that have been joining us, Dr. Peter Lombard, Dr. Ann Pobutsky, they've all been saying, this is going to be here for a while.
But we're starting to see these hospitalizations. I mean, it's at 7 now, right? But we did have Dr. Ho Wen say that, we're going to start seeing that climb in the next couple of weeks. So we'll see. It's Tuesday, August 10th.
And that is the big concern because Guam's public hospital is very fragile.
Right.
Are we going to talk about school?
Yeah, we are.
Okay, so speaking of school, before we get to what we're actually going to talk about, one of my classmates sent me something. There is a online store. I'll throw the links in comments. You can actually buy jerseys from your high school.
Oh, wow.
And there's because the Shark, the Halu'u, right? There's like Halu'u athletics department. So there's
so it's local.
Yeah, there's some cool silver and black stuff.
Wow.
I may pick up like maybe a hoodie, maybe
nice.
The football jersey, because of course the football
Maybe
team.
we can get them on the link, talk about it a little bit.
Yeah.
That's pretty neat. At 7:12, can we pop up these school pictures first? There was a release that had come out from Joint Region Marianas relative to, this was another one of these
the montage.
Sailors coming out to help, I believe they were sailors, clean up the schools. You got that? So there's this released yesterday by Joint Region Marianas.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
And ladies.
Because we're prepping for the first day of school on Thursday. Even with everything that's going on, we're prepping for the first day of school on Thursday. So there were these pics released by Joint Region, but then our friends at Savage Sandwich Company had also posted some stuff on their Instagram. And this was relative to Tumon nightlife, which is currently overrun by the military training. There's like 3 or 4. Someone was texting me last night, hey, is there a military training? Duh. There's a huge one. There's thousands of, I remember the initial reports, Jay said 8,000 military personnel.
Yeah.
Some are from the UK, some are from Japan.
Yeah, Operation Forager, the one up at Anderson, that was 4,000 alone.
Right, and then there's Operation Pacific Iron.
Yeah.
So there are a bunch of military personnel.
Pacific Iron?
Pacific Iron.
Is that how we're saying it?
Yeah. Business. So there's a bunch of military personnel here. But yeah, anyway, so Savage Sandwich Company had posted up this video, as you see here. There's a bunch of military guys, no mask, just tearing down their sign. And if you watch this video, they also highlight that there's a lot of trash being left behind in Tumon. And they call on the community to help them identify where the sign is, because, I'm pretty sure no one in the community knows these guys. They're probably off the ship. But then they also tag Joint Region Marianas. So if you guys do have any information out there, but, come on, really, it's so unnecessary, that type of behavior. And then there's the no mask thing, right? So we had DOD reverse their on-base masking policy. But what we don't see is the military personnel adhering to it outside the base. which, we'll talk with Chima Bakwem about that. I guess he's ready now. Chima, we'll go ahead and get it. Hi, good morning, Chima.
Good morning, Chris.
Thanks for joining us for another great early morning chat on the link. Appreciate it. Let's just go ahead and start there. Did you have any, I know because you had your high-level meetings with the military, was there any conversation about, hey, all these military people out here walking around, we have a mask mandate in place?
Yes, I think outside the fence, there's a mask mandate, and then inside the fence, they reinstituted the mask mandate. So there's an increase in the use of masks, so I think that's no more a challenge because remember it was a recommendation from their leadership to stop the use of masks if you're vaccinated, but they've reinstituted it, so I think they will be compliant. And seeing what is going on in the community, everyone has to be compliant.
Right. That's why we were asking, because this video that was put up by Instagram appears to show some military personnel walking around Tumon, probably drunk, without the mask. So that's why we were asking. I could send it to you. Yeah. I mean, I know you're not in charge of that, but just...
No, but the good thing is that the military has a way of dealing with such situations. I think I know they will handle it.
That's right. 40 days in the hole. You're going to peel potatoes for the rest of your career. Chima, so we brought you on to get information, but I just saw your message here that you have details on positive COVID cases from August 2nd to the 7th. The 52 positives, can we kind of start there? Because that was very alarming to have that high a number reported on a Monday. What can you tell us initially about those cases?
So, the cases over the weekend are actually reported on Monday. So the numbers you're seeing is numbers from over the weekend. So that's why usually on Mondays you tend to see those high numbers because there are tests that we conduct over the weekend and then report out on Monday.
Right.
If you still look at the number, numbers, we're still averaging at least 20 cases a day. And that still doesn't look right. People are relatively not, adhering to the mask mandate, because if we're adhering to the mask mandate, these numbers wouldn't be as high as it is. But this is an indicator that people, looking at these numbers now, people would get more careful, knowing that it's still out there and then we need to protect ourselves and the community.
Right. Chima, I know you said that the 52 was from over the weekend. I get that. But last Monday, we only had 23 reported over the weekend. So this is, even though it is the 3 days, it's double the numbers we had last Monday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you know what, we actually have increased testing. And remember, from the cases of last 2 weeks, what we do is that we identify contacts and then schedule them for testing. So for the whole of last week, the investigators have been making contacts with close contacts to the individuals who turned positive and referring them to the Northern Regional Community Health Center to get tested. So you're going to see those high numbers because now the index cases, their contacts have been identified and referred for testing. So it's a good thing that we're seeing these numbers now because we're actually identifying those close contacts, especially family members, who are exposed to these individuals. I'm optimistic by next week we're going to see a downward trend of these numbers, with the increased use of masks and the base instituting the mask mandate and then identifying all these contacts. And public health this week is actually having a whole week-long testing at Tizen. And we had a very good number yesterday of people who came to get tested. And these are community members that somehow feel they've been exposed or they just want to check their status. So with the numbers we're going to have this week, it's going to give us a gauge, an idea of what level of transmission is going on in the community. And then we're able to, publish those numbers, use those numbers to talk to the public and tell them that, yes, we are fully vaccinated, but those unvaccinated people out there are still moving around and, creating this epidemic that we're seeing now, amongst the unvaccinated that is spilling over to the vaccinated. So by this week, we'll have a really good grip of the numbers out there in the community, and then we continue to, go on with our message of mask use, vaccination, and, other recommendations from public health and WHO and CDC.
So, Chima, you're basically saying that you guys have completed the contact tracing for the positive cases that were reported from August 2nd to August 7th?
Case investigation never ends.
I know.
That is it. Yeah, it never ends.
Yeah.
But what actually is happening here is that we're now identifying more people. I had a chat with one of the investigators yesterday, and she explained to me that people are not forthcoming, when they call to ask questions. But this is always anticipated. That's why when we have this kind of uptick, we always, extend our testing hours, to accommodate people that see these numbers and feel that somehow they must have gotten in contact with somebody who they presume to be infected, or someone that they know is infected and they would have made contact, because people are now conscious. Everybody knows what the time frame is. Right. Everybody understands what close contact is. So the testing is for people to, come out and check their status, and another thing is that when you feel sick, please stay home. When you feel, just stay home, because you might have been exposed without knowing it, and walking around without a mask, you can infect others. So we're actually asking people to, stay home if for any reason they feel sick, to save the community.
So is there anything initially that you can tell us about the 52 positives reported yesterday?
So out of the 52, I think we're seeing more of local cases and less of DOD cases. That's what is going on now. Yeah. So there's a little. We have I think from the 6th we have 15 cases all local. On the 7th we had 26 cases all local and just one DOD. So that means on our own side, because of the case investigation and contact tracing, we have been able to identify these people. So for me, this is positive news, because, with what happened last week and identifying these 41 people now, that are exposed, within the community would actually give us that sense of what is going on, and also, making sure that we are mitigating the spread within the community. Because these individuals will now be isolated, so that means we've cut off transmission among these individuals and their family members. And being at home would also save us, out there in the community from spread.
Are we seeing an increase in children testing positive, Chima?
Come again?
Are we seeing an increase in children testing positive?
That number I can't give you, but if you're saying we have at least 7 kids that are ineligible for vaccine within these 2 days that I explained to you. So being ineligible means that they are below 11. But if you're looking at what numbers we were seeing earlier on, there was almost like a 20% increase, from last year of number of kids that were infected. But right now we just have 7 out of these 41 cases, right?
How about last week?
The whole of last week?
Yeah.
Just give me a second. So if we're looking at the number of ineligible kids from last week, we have on the 3rd, we had only 3 that were ineligible for vaccine. On the 4th, basically we had 16 unvaccinated, but it is not listed out who is eligible or who is ineligible. But for the 5th, we had 5. But the numbers of ineligible is basically coming down from like a month ago when it was pretty high up.
So how many children have been infected with COVID in the last 2 2 weeks. So we had 7. What, yesterday? You said?
Yes, no, not 7 yesterday. Between the 6th and the 7th, we just have 7 ineligible kids who were infected.
Chima, Dr. Wen, the chair of the Physicians Advisory Group, had told us that it was anticipated that we would see a spike in positive cases when we achieved herd immunity and opened things up. But I don't think he meant this many cases, because he just came on a couple days ago and said that the PAG is very concerned. So what happened? What went wrong?
So, Chris, I think everyone is guilty of this, because when you're fully vaccinated, you are protected from getting sick, and being hospitalized. It doesn't mean that you will not get infected. So what is going on here is that people are feeling superhuman. People are feeling, not the right word, sorry, not superhuman, sorry. People are feeling more confident, with the fact that they are vaccinated, and then they are throwing away all the other mitigation measures that we had in place. You need to be vaccinated, you need to wear your mask, You need, when you're out with people you don't know their vaccination status, you don't have to, take advantage of the fact that you are vaccinated. The guy right next to you, the individual you're talking to might not be vaccinated, because we're not wearing our vaccination cards on our forehead. So because you don't know who is next to you, you don't know their vaccination status, your chances of getting infected by that individual is high. So it is important for you to, use those mitigation measures like wearing your mask, to protect yourself from getting infected, even when you are vaccinated. So I think is us, looking at that situation where you're vaccinated, you don't know the status of the next individual, taking personal precautions to keep yourself safe, than taking the chance of assuming that the other person has the same status like you, and then raising the chances of you getting exposed and infected. Right. So I think it's just us being a little more cautious, until we are comfortable enough to say that there's a cure for the virus, or that everybody is 100%.
Go ahead, Chima.
Yeah. Or every person is 100% vaccinated, then when these restrictions are lifted, then people can go ahead and return to normal and do what they normally do. Yeah. But right now we've not gotten to that stage. So and you're also seeing that we have a lot of people that are vaccinated, and you're going to see the little number that is unvaccinated continuing to infect these ones that are vaccinated. Yeah. So I think the thing is us going back and doing what recommendations that we have out there, especially the mask wearing. That mask wearing basically stops you from getting infected. So the governor has been very clear about the mask mandate. She never changed her stance. Neither the public health, neither did the PAG. We all said, yes, the vaccines are here. Everyone is fully vaccinated, but please wear your mask.
Yeah, Chima, I kind of wanted to bring it because you keep saying how important the masks are. And you keep talking about how everybody has been guilty of, the mitigation measures. So, yeah, I wanted to just show these pics of our governor who went to the Delta hotland and wasn't wearing a mask. And I think even from the highest levels of this government, when we have the governor is fully vaccinated, but then takes these trips to the States where COVID is, we're surging here, they're surging really bad there, and, goes around without a mask. It's really hard for you guys to impress how important it is to wear the mask when our very own highest elected official wasn't even doing it in the States. So how do we lead by example, though?
I've not seen the picture that you're referring to, and if I see the picture, it will be easier for me to understand what you're saying, but I don't think I've seen the picture.
I'll send them to you, but you can take my word for it. I wouldn't make it up.
No, I'm not saying you made it up. Like taking your mask off for 1 minute for an official function.
No, this is not 1 minute, Chima. This is dancing. I mean, but I'm just saying, trying to make a point that, you know, if we're going to be told to wear the mask, and if you as the acting chief public health officer is out here talking about how important it is to wear the mask, then I think we need to wear the mask from the top down, if that's what the call is.
Yes, but Chris, like I said, remember the recommendation has always been, you know, if you're together with vaccinated people, you can take off your mask. That was the recommendation, right? And right now, looking at the picture you sent to me, both of us can't say the vaccination status of all the people close to the governor, right?
Right.
So so we can make that assumption that everyone in that group is vaccinated. But I can tell you something very important. You know, the governor has actually been one of those individuals that get tested, you know, regularly when they feel they have an exposure, or when they feel that they need to get tested. You know, we all do that. I get tested, you know, when I don't feel well, or when I feel I've been exposed, you know. And that is another way of saying if you know your status at every point in time that you feel you've been exposed, is also an advantage. Because right now what I'm seeing is a situation where individuals are gathered together, you know. These are individuals that might be fully vaccinated. Or go ahead.
Might be fully vaccinated. Anyway, Jim, I know that you're not going to chastise the governor for not wearing a mask, because I understand the politics of it. But I did want to get a comment here on the Centers for Disease Control has updated its travel advisory. Guam went from level 2 to level 3 this morning, which means there's a high level of COVID on Guam. Under level 3, the CDC recommends that you get fully vaccinated before traveling to Guam, and travelers should follow recommendations and requirements in the territory, including mask wearing and social distancing.
Chris, is anticipated because those numbers are based on incidences in a particular area at a particular point in time. So in the last 28 days, we've had an increase in community. So if the cases start going down, we're going to be taking up the advisory. So it's just, you know, letting people who are coming here make sure that, you know, they protect themselves. It's about you protecting yourself, you know, when you're going to a destination. So that advisory is out there. I think other states in the U.S., you know, would have that advisory, but you know, the CDC cannot give out an advisory for the U.S. It's for other destinations where the U.S. Citizens are going to, because internally we are taking care of ourselves. It's almost like, you know, we telling people, you know, when you're coming to Guam, wear your mask, you know, make sure that you adhere to public health recommendations. But if you're going to some other country, we are going to tell you, you know, there's an increase in cases in that country. When you get to that place, you wear your mask. So that basically is what the advisory is there to do, just to give you heads up on where you're going to and what is expected of you. So we're going to come out of this. We've been there before and we've come out of it. So I think we're going to come out of it pretty soon.
Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, Chima. I had a question regarding schools and the fact that, from what we understand, kids, when they get on that school bus, that there's no social distancing on the school bus, but yet when they get to school, they're required to social distance. I'm just trying to understand the logic behind that.
Okay, so the logic behind it is that for the busing system, you know, what we discussed with DPW and DOE, there's a process. So first of all is, in the bus, family members are supposed to sit together. Social distancing where applicable. Masking is important. Disinfecting the bus is also important. So that way, because we did not want to make it more difficult for kids to go back to school, we're looking at what is happening in other jurisdictions and not mirroring it to what we are doing here, but at the same time making sure that all those layered mitigations are in place. So first of all, family members will sit together. There are people, everyone is supposed to wear a mask in the bus. They're supposed to come in from the back and exit from the front. So all these processes are there to make sure that we minimize transmission in the bus if there's any case in the bus. So if we don't do that, what is going to go back to is us, asking for 6 feet distance in the bus, but we're recommending where applicable, they should sit at least 3 feet apart, which is a recommendation for K to 12, and these are the kids that ride the bus. So it's just a balance. And like I said, we're returning back to normal. We're going to look at what is feasible, what is practicable, but at the same time, we also have the screening testing component, as part of the school reopening plan. So there's a robust surveillance system also to make sure that we capture those cases in school, kids who might be asymptomatic and have COVID. The screening testing is a surveillance tool that we're going to use to make sure that we monitor what is going on in the schools.
So parents do the temperature checks and all of that at home, and they send their kids off to school on the bus with the mask. Maybe they're social distancing, maybe they're not. Right?
It's recommended, yeah, where applicable.
And then they go to school.
Yes. And then they get tested.
Tested?
Too.
They get tested?
Yeah. Yeah, so if you read the guidance, there's a section for screening testing. And that is a surveillance tool for, trying to identify individuals who might have COVID who are asymptomatic, because if you look at the numbers, we are seeing a lot of asymptomatic people with COVID. So when you do a temperature check on someone who doesn't have a fever, you're going to assume that the person doesn't have COVID. But if you test the person might turn positive. So it's just balancing it, like the kids are not running temperature, but they are asymptomatic and they have the virus. So the screening testing component is also part of the layered approach to reopening the schools. So it's wearing your mask, keeping safe distance where applicable, testing, all those things, disinfecting. That will make sure that we're safe enough it's safe enough for the kids to go to school. I can see you trying to work the dynamics, right?
Yeah, I think she just, because the argument now is that the vaccine is going to protect us, but we can't vaccinate the kids under a certain age. So I think as a parent, she's just concerned about how safe her kid is going to be in school.
Right.
I mean,
Well,
it's normal.
my school opted out of bus transportation because they didn't agree with Public Works protocols on not social distancing children, not temperature checking children before they step on the bus, because you're intermingling with all these other children.
Correct, yeah.
That may not have been vaccinated, that are not age eligible, right?
Or their
So-
parents may not be, or right.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
we're mixing
that's-
households. Major.
And listening to what you're saying, it's nice to know that people have alternatives, because there's no one answer to all these questions, and we've actually encouraged the schools, to come up with their own mitigation measures and share with us, where they feel they cannot go on with their recommendation. Because now what you're saying is that for that school that is opting up the busing, the parents are the ones that are going to take their kids to school, which is good, but at the same time, the kids have to wear the mask when they get in school.
Right.
So it's just that, one can't give way to the other. Every one of them has to work as a unit for us to get that protection that we need. And kudos to the parents who really care for their kids, who are vaccinated, who make sure that their kids go through the right, who make sure that their kids do the right thing. I'm a parent too, and I can tell you, with the kids, it's difficult, but over time, the kids have actually understood that, this masking can actually help, washing of hands and making sure that they do what they're asked to do. So kudos to those parents who really, take time to make sure that their kids are taken care of. And for those who are still struggling, I implore them to kids will have a better future ahead of them.
Did public health go out and do their I guess their checks? Typically they do that, they go and make sure the school's safe, has everything in place to ensure that students when they return are going to be okay. The public health, they go out and do their inspections. Did they complete all of them already?
No, so we had a school reopening plan last year, which was more stringent than the one we have now. So we had that very stringent rule, and then we have this more relaxed rule about 3 feet distancing, and then mask wearing, and the screening testing and disinfecting. But what we did is when we met with the schools, we actually asked them to look at what public health guidance that we've given to them and tailor it to their own schools and their peculiarities. Like I said, no one school is the same. But that document is prepared and shared with public health so that we're aware. So when we go out for those inspections, we know what we're looking for. So we are going to do that, but right now, we're waiting on the schools to digest the plan, that the guidance that we give to them, and modify it in a way that their students will be safe. And to tell you the truth, the responsibility lies on the schools. We've given out the recommendations. We've told them what to do to be safe. So it's up to them to do it. Because at the end of the day, their students are the ones who are going to be sick if they don't follow the guidance. Their schools are the ones that, would have all these challenges if they don't do it. So what we're doing is we're giving our guidance, we're supporting, we're giving the technical guidance on how to make sure that the schools are safe. But we believe and we trust that they will do it. And with the meetings we've had with the private schools and the public schools, I think everyone is excited, the guidance is acceptable, and everybody is ready to open school. So I'm optimistic that they will follow the guidance.
Any further questions, Sabrina?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the number of positive cases. Do you guys have a breakdown on how many positive cases we've had since we achieved herd immunity?
Of course we have, yes.
What's the number?
What's the number? I can't pull it up now.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have so like the public health is numbers driven. Numbers drive most of our recommendations and our strategies. So we have numbers of people who are vaccinated, unvaccinated, number of kids, all those things are what really drives our interventions. We have those numbers, but I don't have them right here in front of me. I'll need to open up my computer and pull it out and be able to give you those numbers.
And did I hear you correct earlier that a majority of the cases we've seen recently that have been positive have been from the civilian community? It hasn't been military?
Yeah, between I think the 6th and the 7th, most of our cases are local cases. But it's understandable, because that is from case investigation and contact tracing. So we've been able to reach the contact of those who were infected, and these are mostly family members who have been exposed to these individuals.
Okay, yeah, because I was just looking at the situation report to August 6th, and it says confirmed cases in the past 7 days. 118 cases tested positive, right, by molecular testing. 59 at DOD. So that just seemed kind of like a lot of positive cases last week.
Yeah,
almost half.
People were doing things they were not supposed to do. Basically, that's what it is. Yeah, but the good thing is that we're still testing, and the administration and the public health never stopped testing. The clinics are continuously testing. The public health is continuously testing. So if we had stopped testing, we wouldn't have been able to see these numbers. And this week we've actually increased our testing capacity, to accommodate people who might feel they're exposed, people who think
And you know, that's something we'd seen a lot of people, I think yesterday. There were a lot of people in line for the COVID testing, the drive-through.
Yeah, and you know, when I saw that line, you know, I was very hopeful because you know, like, people can be hesitant and stay at home and say, "Oh, I'm vaccinated," or "I didn't go out anywhere." But you know, people actively coming out to know their status is actually good, because when they find out that they are positive, they are isolated, and their family members will go out to get tested. But if they find out that they are not positive, they would continue to do what they're asked to do, you know, and then they will be safer. Because for me, you know, when I do those tests, you know, like if I have to go to a place that I feel is not safe, or I have to personally go do investigations or interviews, you know, and when I come home, you know, I don't feel good, you know. I try to keep away from my family until it's time for me to get tested. When I get tested, I'm okay. I'm good, but I still do what I'm asked to do. So for every time I take the test, you know, and I get a negative result, what it does is reaffirm that I'm doing the right thing, you know, and I don't stop doing it, because for any time I test positive, that means I would have done something wrong, you know. The last time I tested positive, I did something wrong, and I clearly knew that I did something wrong.
Yeah.
And tomorrow will be 2 days from today will be 1 year that I tested positive. And I've been clean since 1 year, you know. So that means, you know, everyone who has had a bout of COVID and has been able to, you know, do the right thing would feel the same way that I feel. I'm excited that for 1 year, you know, with everything happening around, I've not been able to contract it again. And I ask other people to, you know, do the same, and we'll get to a safe place.
I did want to ask, is there any possibility in these Joint Information Center reports, because it's a much different situation than a year ago, where there wasn't a vaccine around this time, but now we have the vaccine. And in the JIC reports, is there any possible way when the results are issued, we could get the numbers on vaccinated, you know, how many vaccinated people tested positive, how many of the people that tested positive were unvaccinated, so that we can kind of have a clear picture of, you know, what's happening, and even partially vaccinated.
Yeah, I think that's a good information to put out there, you know, but the downside of it is that those individuals who do not want to be vaccinated can actually use those numbers to reaffirm the fact that the vaccines are not working. And I can explain this to you. If you're vaccinated, you can get COVID. That is true if you are. But if you get infected, you will not be sick enough to get hospitalized, or you will not even be sick at all, right? So that is what the vaccine does. But for somebody looking at the number of vaccinated people on this island today that are infected, it is reflective of the number of people that are vaccinated. Our high number of vaccination is so good that even when people who are vaccinated get infected and we count those numbers, you have to relate it to our hospitalization rate. How many people are in the hospital today as compared to when we did not have the vaccine? But this is me here talking to you from an informed position. But that same information can be misconstrued by someone who would want to use those numbers in a way that would further make people not get vaccinated. So I'm always careful, you know, when you throw numbers out. People can take, yeah. So if we throw the numbers out, it's good. People are going to see what is happening. But I'm also asking for that opportunity for your team and other radio stations to give us that opportunity to explain the numbers in a way that people would understand.
That's why we're having you on here, but when we get you on here, you don't have the information in a timely manner. But Chima, I understand. Chris, no, I got it. I understand.
But you should give me, Chris, there is so much information that you just need to tell me what you want. And good enough, you know.
We ask the same things every time. Who's vaccinated, who's unvaccinated. But I just have an issue with you not wanting to release those numbers because you think the public can misconstrue it. It's just information. I mean, you guys should release the information and let the public decide on their own whether or not they want to interpret it, you know,
No,
in the
Chris,
way that they do.
She's asking, Sabrina just said, is there a way you can do it?
Yeah.
On
No, you
the
guys do
right?
it because we have gotten it in the past.
Yes, so
Right.
so what she's saying is there a way you can do it? What I'm saying is, I just read out the information to you clearly now. I just told you the number of vaccinated and unvaccinated, right? It's not hidden. What Sabrina is asking is, can we put it on the JIC? It's just she's asking, and it's a well-taken question, right?
Right.
So I'm going to go back and then put the numbers in the JIC, you know? But what I'm saying is, the numbers in the JIC is not the problem. It is the interpretation of the numbers. Like right now, I've told you the number of people who are fully vaccinated. I read it out to you, the number of kids. So it's out there, it's not hidden. But what I'm saying is that the more numbers you throw out there, the more people can use it to do what they want to do. So the numbers being out there is there because you're seeing the number of cases every day in the CITREP. Those numbers shows what is going on in the community. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're looking at our vaccination rate and the number of people that are vaccinated that are getting infected by COVID and our hospitalization rate, it will tell you that the vaccines are working. But what I'm saying is that it can be misconstrued to say that the vaccines don't work because people are getting infected. Right. So that's why I'm saying the information is out there, but it's giving us that opportunity, which you guys give us, you know, like I'm here speaking to it, you know.
Thank you.
But it's just because the internet is so wide that, you know, people can stay in their rooms and send out a blast, and you don't get to see it. I don't get to see it, but the impact would negatively affect what we're doing. So that's what I'm trying to strike a
I
balance.
totally get what you're saying, Chima. I'm just saying, like, give the people a little credit, because while you're jumping to this conclusion that people are going to look at these numbers and say, oh, why should I get vaccinated if people who are vaccinated can catch the virus? Maybe there's another side to it, and then look at it and say, this is why I got to take it serious, because even if I am vaccinated, I could still get it and give it and do all that. So yeah, I just don't want to jump to the conclusion that our people are going to spin this information right off the bat. I think that the community is divided, but there are those people who will look at the information about who's getting COVID and their vaccination status and come away with something entirely different than, you know, crazy talk or whatever.
Also, Chima, just another ask maybe, that when in the JIC report for the hospitalizations, maybe if it could be indicated if the patients are vaccinated or unvaccinated.
So can you repeat the question, please?
In the JIC report for hospitalizations, can it be indicated whether or not the hospitalizations, the number of people, are they vaccinated or unvaccinated?
Yes, and to give you credit, right? 6:27 a.m. this morning, I got a text from the Director of Public Health. This is my phone, right? And I can read clearly what it says. Can we start reporting vaccinated and unvaccinated data? Also for hospital admissions, numbers of vaccinated and unvaccinated, also ages of hospital admissions. This actually was sent to the director by the governor, and it was given to me this morning. So there's a lot of transparency in what we're doing. There is, you know. But what I just pointed out to you is what we've seen happen in other jurisdictions, you know, how this is misconstrued. So, Chris, I'm only speaking on the side of misinformation, but you guys give us the platform to get the correct information out. This text message was actually given to me, and I got a call before the director went to his meeting this morning with the mayors on this same topic, you know, because it's important for the community to know. And I also, so the data set you're asking for, you will see right away, because it's just easy to, you know, get out that data. We have so much data that, you know, like, you know, where they're saying, you know, what do we give out, what do we not give out, you know, what is right to give out. Because at the end of the day, you inundate people with so much data, you know, that it actually covers the narrative, because we want to be able to give out numbers, you know, and talk to those numbers. We just don't want to throw out numbers that might, at the end of the day, might not make meaning to most of the people, because it's so much. So your point is well taken, and good. I think that the governor is asking the same thing, the director is asking the same thing, and you see that in the next JIC report. Maybe we can do it we might not be able to do it daily, and why I'm saying that we might not be able to do it daily is because most of the PUI forms that these individuals complete, they skip their vaccination records, right? So what the team does is that when they get the PUI forms, they match the names to the WebIZ, to get that vaccine information. So when you're having this number of cases, at the end of the week, it will be able to the CITRAP for Fridays will be able to have at least enough data to put in there for people to see. That's what I can say for now. But the point is well taken, Chris. We're not putting it out there because we don't want to share it.
No, yeah. I mean, Chima, you know me. I'm not crazy. I mean, yeah. Of course, we want people to be safe. We're saying stay home, wash your hands, doing all that stuff. We consider ourselves your partners through this pandemic. I'm just saying that, I mean, people just want information, and it's the same struggle. We've always been consistent in wanting just more information that we can share with our audience.
All right. Chris, we'll give you all the information that you asked for. And like I sent you a text this morning. Most of the time you ask the same questions, but
right.
But sometimes I send you a text saying, what exactly do you want, so that I can look for that particular data.
Yeah.
Like the data you asked for this morning. If I get that the night before, I can work all night to get that information.
Of course. And Chima, don't get me wrong, we appreciate it. I know that, I'll ask the director when we see the numbers reported, like a high number. I'll ask him at night, hey, after the results come in, can we get Chima on? So you've been definitely very accessible. And I do understand that there's a turnaround. Like, you can't come on here and have all the vaccinated, unvaccinated info the day after, that it takes time to get all that data. So I do understand, Chima. I don't want you to think I'm trying to run you over.
No, Chris, and I don't want to make things up too.
Yeah. Because someone commented, Chima, someone commented, this is the last time Chima's going to come on the air.
No, so, Chris, at the beginning, right, and I can be very honest with you, at the beginning, it was difficult sitting in front of you guys and answering questions, there were so many, things that you guys wanted to know. There were so many things we wanted to tell you people, but it wasn't coming out well. But over time, I'm so relaxed talking to you. It's interesting, that the director sent me the text message, I think it was 11 p.m. or 6 a.m. this morning, and said, can you go on, Chris?
But Chima, I asked him last night, to be fair.
Yeah, but he sent me the text.
Yeah.
He sent me the text at night, and then this morning again he confirmed that I'm in for 7:15.
Thank you.
But guess what? Because of the text I got last night from the director, I had to walk through the night. This morning I was actually in the office by 6:30. That's the time I came in, just to make sure that I have enough figures for you. But we're going to provide more numbers, as they come out. And what I'm trying to say is that the numbers should tell a story, and the story should be positive enough to make people, go get vaccinated and not make them, not make them not go get vaccinated. We want people to be vaccinated until we get ahead of this.
Thank you, Chima. You good?
Yes.
Thank you, Chris.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Chima.
And this isn't the last time you're coming on, right?
No, come on. I just want this opportunity to, be able to speak to people and then, make sure that the right things are done.
Yeah.
And please let people go get vaccinated today. We have a clinic at the mall. The private clinics are still vaccinating. We are having testing at Tizen all week. Please go know your status. Thank you very much.
No, there's the director. Right on. Thank you, Chima.
Thanks, Chima.
Okay.
All right, see you soon.
Right on. There you go, Chima Mbakwem, the acting Chief Public Health Officer. Hi, Jay.
I was going to say, maybe just to ensure, goodwill between our organization and Chima, you might want to give him some Denancy and Bree may want to make him some of those cupcakes.
I'm in the hole. I owe him Denancy already, Chima.
Chima, if Bree makes you cupcakes and everything like that, BFFs for life.
As far as it's below $20, I'm
okay. Yeah, there's the whole gift log. Thank you, Chima. 7:58, quick break, and we're coming back on KUAM TV next. Good morning.
Learn more about our
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
Good morning, Guam. 8:04. Good morning. Hey, good morning, Jason.
Good morning. So we are still on the Mbakwem family Christmas list, right?
I
for
hope
cards?
so. We'll see if we get a Christmas card this. I think our achievement's cool. You know, it's just frustrating because the people want information, especially when you have this many positive cases, right? And that's all. I mean, our mission every morning is to try and get the people of Guam the most information we can get. Not just on, you know, with Chima and public health, but on everything, whether it's the All Rise, the ARP, or whatever. Every morning we wake up, it's like, how can we jam-pack a lot of information into 4 hours? And those are just the basic things that people want to know about these positive cases, right? So when I see 52 positives, I want to know, like, what is it? Where's it from? And it's frustrating because that takes time, right? And we live in a society where people want it yesterday. So, I mean, Chima understands that. Jay, he's been coming on for a year with us. You know what I mean? Good morning. It's 8:04. The link is brought to you by Cabo Enterprises. Miss a link, miss a lot. If you're on KUAM TV wondering what we're just talking about, you got to go back in the show and rewatch our interview with Chima Bakwem. Our show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box.
Well, you mentioned information. Speaking of information, we have found out that that very commodity is going to be disseminated today at 1:30 at Adelup. The governor is planning a press conference during which she will detail her trip to Washington, D.C.
Yes. That was interesting to me because I hate to say it, but that trip to D.C., that's old news already. That's like 5 days ago. That's last week. And I mean, I understand they want to, probably impress upon the people how justified the trip was or whatever. And I'm pretty sure it's to counter a lot of this, these pesky morning talk shows and pesky Republicans that keep showing this governor dancing video or showing her without the mask. So I think people took away that, oh, what did they even do on that trip? Well, they met with Treasury people to ask about whether or not they could pay the RISE Act, I guess. But my point is, nobody care about the D.C. trip, guys. People want to know about the vaccination mandate. They want to know about 52 positives. They want to know about the transmission of coronavirus in the community. They don't want to watch your little TED Talk on how much fun you had in D.C. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. But again, it's a failure to read the room because what's going to end up happening today is they're going to have this press conference about this D.C. trip, but everyone's going to be asking about other subjects. Where's your ARP plan? What took so long with the RISE Act? Why weren't you wearing a mask in the land of the Delta variants? And then they're going to get mad and grouchy, and that's unfortunate, really. But when you don't have a lot of opportunity for people to ask you questions, we get pent up, It's like when you don't have your fiber. You get backed up, right? Give us our daily fiber. I'm serious, Joe. That's what you bring it on yourself when you don't present yourself to, and you drop all these huge pronouncements from,
You're saying
inside.
we're constipated for information?
We are definitely constipated for information. We just spent 45 minutes with the acting chief public health officer, and we're still constipated for information. That's all I'm saying, guys. I'm not crazy. I'm just saying that don't nobody care about the D.C. trip. They want to know about what's going on with the coronavirus, what's going on with this vaccination mandate, what's going on with the governor saying that she won't hesitate to roll back freedoms. That's what everyone's talking about. Anyway, so it's 8:08.
So Bree has your X-Lax with the news.
Thank you. Hi, Bree. We'll go ahead and get into the news.
Ooh, that was a stink eye.
That
Did you
was.
see
How
that?
dare you use X-Lax and news in the same sentence, Jack. It is 8:07. Coming up on the show, we got Ed Byrne, the DOA director. There were a lot of questions, obviously, with the governor's executive order, and I believe DOA is in the process of trying to issue a memo that would provide more clarity, according to the governor's communications director, Crystal Paco San Augustine. So even they admit that this executive order, which was dropped Friday on WhatsApp, needs more clarity. So Ed Byrne hopefully will be able to provide a little bit. I know he said that they're not done with the memo yet, but we'll just find out the status and all that stuff. Dr. Hoa Wen, the Physicians Advisory Group Chair, Dr. Ann Pabutsky, the State Territorial Epidemiologist, and we'll close out the show with the Chief of Police, Chief Stephen Ignacio, and find out from him how they plan to roll out this vaccination mandate. It's Tuesday, August 10th. It's time for 8 o'clock news, which is brought to you by Pacific Points from the KUAM News team with the very latest. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Off a day, everybody. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has updated its travel advisory list. Guam went from level 2 to level 3, which means that there's a high level of COVID in Guam. Under level 3, the CDC recommends that you get fully vaccinated before traveling here, and travelers should follow recommendations or requirements in the territory, including mask wearing and social distancing. Military service members may have to join the vaccination. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin has issued a memo saying he will ask President Biden to approve making COVID vaccines mandatory by mid-September. Austin wrote, quote, "I have every confidence that service leadership and your commanders will implement this new vaccination program with professionalism, skill, and compassion. If not by mid-September, the Defense Secretary will seek Biden's approval immediately upon the FDA's formal authorization, whichever comes first. Vaccines in the military are voluntary when under emergency use authorization by the FDA. The president has the authority to waive the rule and make the vaccine a requirement for personnel. In a statement, President Biden said he strongly supported Austin's decision." Meanwhile, here at home, Guam records 52 new cases of COVID. The results are from 1,068 tests performed from last Saturday to Sunday. According to the Joint Information Center, the CAR scores jumped to 7.7. Additionally, a total of 7 people are now hospitalized, with 2 patients receiving ICU level of care. The JIC report states that 24 of the new cases were identified through contact tracing. 1 case reported recent travel history and identified in quarantine. To date, there have been a total of 8,725 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam, with 143 deaths. 191 cases are active, while there have been 8,391 recoveries. The JIC also notes that 2 GFD firefighters assigned to the rescue unit at the Hagåtña Marina tested positive. Additionally, 2 GDOE employees and 1 GDOE student tested positive for the virus. 1 was identified as an employee at George Washington High School, the other an employee assigned to Untalon Middle School. The 3rd individual was identified as a student who is enrolled at John F. Kennedy High School. The Port Authority also reported an unvaccinated employee tested positive for COVID. The agency's contact tracing team has identified 22 employees as potential close contact, and of that number, 19 are fully vaccinated. Arrangements will be made with public health to coordinate testing. Meanwhile, the port confirms at least 82% of employees are fully vaccinated. There's 7 partially and 56 are not vaccinated. Port GM Roy Respicio confirms that he will implement the governor's executive order regarding mandatory vaccinations. Island residents are urged to continue to hold the line, wear a mask, watch your distance, and wash your hands. The island remains under a public health emergency declaration and in PCOR 3. Meanwhile, vaccination clinics are being held today at Public Health Southern Region Community Health Center from 9 a.m. to 12 noon and at the Micronesia Mall from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free COVID-19 testing also being offered this week at the Old Carnival Grounds in Teetson from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. The testing is on a first-come, first-served basis. Bring a photo ID. Only 4 people allowed per car. Results, again, will be available on site. Minors must be accompanied by a parent or legal guardian and provide government-issued identification to validate age. The parent or legal guardian will also be required to sign a consent form on behalf of the minor. Testing for travel purposes will not be conducted. With more news now, here's Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Half a day, good morning everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. In an executive order signed Friday, the governor mandated that all executive branch employees must be vaccinated against COVID-19. The move comes as the infection rate is rising. This follows the lifting of most restrictions after achieving the 80% adult immunization goal. KUAM's Nestor Lacanto has more.
According to Executive Order 2021-17, employees will have until Friday, September 24 to get immunized. In the lengthy 8-page EO, the governor cited multiple examples of case law that support her vaccine mandate. She says Guam law provides, quote, in case of an epidemic, the Director of Public Health may direct that the general population be vaccinated. It also states that it may exercise emergency powers. The governor also points out that federal EEO laws do not prevent employers from requiring that all employees physically entering the workplace be vaccinated. She also cites examples of federal agencies who've imposed the mandate, including U.S. Veterans Affairs and the U.S. Justice Department. She even references a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that states it is, quote, within the police power of a state to provide for compulsory vaccination. The governor's order also referenced vaccine skepticism. She writes that, quote, outside of anecdotal references, there is simply no substantial evidence that the COVID-19 vaccines are harmful. And to the contrary, it is beyond reasonable dispute that the vaccines reduce the risk of infection and death. But the order also provides that, quote, in the event a worker declines, they will be required to submit to weekly COVID-19 testing. And executive branch agencies have been ordered to coordinate with Public Health and the National Guard to schedule vaccination clinics at their respective agencies. And finally, notwithstanding privacy laws and regulations, the agencies must also maintain the records of all employee vaccination status, including those who declined. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The Guam Federation of Teachers Union understands the need to protect the students and the community, but is on the fence about fully supporting a mandate forcing GovGuam employees to get vaccinated.
Since the governor issued her executive order late Friday, GFT reps say they've been flooded with concerns from GovGuam employees.
One of them said that they will probably no longer teach.
GFT President Tim Fidenko is concerned with the impact mandatory vaccinations could have on the government as a whole, in particular frontline agencies.
The real question is possibly what if we do lay off all these firemen or furlough or fire or take disciplinative action against policemen, firemen, DOC guards, and we're down to 50% of the workforce in there. Then are we creating a more dangerous society by trying to make a healthier, safer society, right? So these are, I'm not the governor and I don't plan to be, but these are tough decisions, right? Very hard things to do. And I think when you force people to do things, they have pushback, right? I'm not going to do it. It's my right.
GFT Field Representative Robert Koss has also received concerns about the governor's executive order. For example, a GovGuam employee reached out to him not wanting to get a shot from a vaccine that the FDA has only approved through emergency use authorization. According to Koss, nurses who are part of the GFT union are 100% on board with COVID vaccines, but other members are not.
On the other side, we've got many employees who are concerned about using an experimental drug that has not been approved, and whether the government is properly authorized to force us to be lab rats and inject the experimental drugs into our bodies.
The governor's executive order does give an option for employees who do not want to get vaccinated to get weekly COVID-19 tests. If a GovGuam employee does not do either, then they will be subject to disciplinary action. What that means, however, was not included in the EO.
We should also add that autonomous agencies and the Mayor's Council of Guam are not part of the executive branch. But according to the Adelup Communications Director, Crystal Palco San Augustine, the executive orders intend that they follow the mandate. A memo from the Department of Administration is forthcoming to provide clarification. The legislature will begin debate on the fiscal year 2022 budget bill on Wednesday. While they've been waiting to hear from the governor about how much, if any, American Rescue Plan money will go to the agencies to make up for potential budget shortfalls, the governor says the ARP money is not meant for that.
The ARP is a temporary. The ARP is not a sustainable source of financial aid. It's primarily there for 2 years. It's to help with any economic impact. It's to help with lost revenues. And so we have been communicating with Senator Joe San Augustine, and he is aware of all that I have said, and actually we'll be working closely to see how we can sustain the budget moving forward with general fund monies, not ARP monies.
But that hasn't stopped several senators from trying to get more information. Republican Senator Jim Moylan today filed a Freedom of Information Act request with Adelup. He wants to know about the governor's ARP spending plan, the breakdown of all ARP spending so far, the questions that were submitted to Treasury about using ARP to pay for the RISE Act, and for the proposed new Guam Memorial Hospital. Students were filled with excitement Monday morning as they kicked off the start of a new school year safely at Guahan Academy Charter School in Barrigada. Here's more.
It was the first day back to school for students at the Home of the Stars, and according to Guahan Academy Charter School Chief Executive Officer, Superintendent Dr. Judith Wanpat, safety is their top priority. From temperature checks, social distancing, and painted footprints on walkways, Guahan Academy has taken every step to ensure they were ready for today.
All PPEs have been issued to the teachers for both the teachers and the students. So you find that in every student desk, they would have like a packet of these alcohol wipes that would be there for the children to, at any time they need to clean. And then one of the other things we're going to do, because we don't share a lot of things, is that, and our water fountains have been changed now to the touchless ones. So we're going to give the children a flask.
Additionally, extra sneeze guards, temperature guns, and air purifiers have been ordered for each classroom. In the interim, windows and doors will slightly be open to have the air flowing. GAX is only offering face-to-face instruction. However, if a student tests positive or needs to be quarantined, then distance learning will be provided. As for whether GAX will follow the governor's executive order for mandatory vaccinations, Dr. Wanpat says they are awaiting guidance from their board. As of right now, though, almost 90% of their faculty and staff are fully vaccinated. Reporting for Guam News Network, Wahusi Isaiah Uggan.
That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
With your news in Chamorro, here now is Ken Concepcion.
Buenos napadays to get sunto gifinut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Para agora debate na test COVID-19 pago na semana giti hagas lugar Carnival giti tizan gilas 9 geekan sa las 12 gitalwani. Mandasasad bezi finin na matu finin na ma-assist na manera. Dibid yung gaizo ID card ni gailit ratu. 4 na tao galam kareta masedi. Jadi suto ni test siya sa sigida sun manatungo gi mismo adzo na lugar. Imenori dot siya sa debid yung farenes gaya ni signan niya pa rin niya guardian. So fangaizo loki ID card gobernamento para ma-verifika dot niya. Debi loki mamanisgagay no firme dokumento niya konsenti ibinakunan ni menor de edad. Taza test para di siya para fampaseyo huzong isla. Gimas artikulo para matutuni legislatura na argumento para budget di 2022 na sakan gi Merkulis. Mentas mananangay gobyerno para kwanto na salapi i American Rescue Plan para manasabi para hensya siya para mananahungi salapi budget siya ilingay gobyerno na islapi ARP tati para adzo na artikulo. Lotina na para palugi senador, makitsuli mas informasyon po desti. The Republican na senador Jim Moylan sa manfaw na si Freedom of Information na requesta para adilub. Malago si Moylan na tungi plano niya ay magahaga para ARP kwanto esta magasta guihi i-questionya siya niya sa meeting wato gi Department of the Treasury po nina sa bini ARP para na pasi RISE Act dyan para nasa ni Nuevo na Hospital Guam Memorial. Mas talo at sunto, Haji official polisiya ni off-duty ani umimbat gagwi gi insidentin mamaki gi sa tamuning sa birag gi tatigi sa itsone gi dia 2 gi Agosto. Después ani mapega gi administrative leave para kasi un mes na tempo. Isusadbento gi Julio gi ifyo ni Sentam building gi sa tamuning sa na ma-activate independent investigation team gi ofisina ni Rada Bugao. Sigon ni sinaday autopsy, biktima ni ma-identifika na si Failer Fabian, 49 anos na edad, na matay mapaki ni Unua na tirun bala. I-video ni Anuk todo sa estama release. Yung official polisiya ni umimbarga gwini sa tema identifika. Manota ni KUAM na destipago siya investigasyon kriminal dyan internal affairs. Gimas, destipago siya maligaw nuevo na superintendent para eskweleng katoliko. Sigon si Tony Diaz, si spokesperson para Archdiocese, imapos na Merkulis sa utuma na dia para doon na posisyon si Dr. Juan Flores. Nirunipor KUAM 2 anos si Flores na superintendent para eskweleng katoliko anay ma-empleado gi Julio na mes 2019 na sakan. Ginigwiza ko si Flores superintendent para Guam Department of Education desti 2003 hasta 2006 na sakan. Yuto mo na asunto para pago na matis gini KUAM News gifinut sa Moro, manaparaw mo na ako fi estudanti siya gi Lunes anay matutunin nuevo na sakan eskwela sa seguridad gi Guahan Academy Charter School gi sa Barrigada. Este primer dia tati gi eskwela para estudanti gi Home of the Stars. The segundo Chief Executive Officer para GACS, si Dr. Judith Wanpat, seguridad para todo guihi at mas tarkilo na inapunta. Desti matutuli kinalentura, Din stansan syat, jadi mapentay sa kan mamoka no footprints, matogi ni GACS todin na sinaniya, pero mana siguro naman senless to siya. Guasya mas sneeze guards, aji temperature guns, ji air purifiers, ni man mayang katga para kada uno na kwartong leksyon. Mantas mananaga sa paro fatu, mababa dididi bentana sa ni peta siya, pero mana fresco halami manglo. I-GACS sa adwa mau-preferency if face-to-face na finanagwi, lo kumugwa estudyante positibo test niya, jadi biduma kwarantina, paso managwa siyempre at distance learning. Ilingi si Wampa na mananangga masinas gayon gininsun niya board, lo para pawa ka na 90% gito de lanero guihi sa estaman mabakuna. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto yung finutamuro sa presenta sa ninafato ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
All right, the link continues right here, and we are going to go to the KOM News Zoom room, and specifically we are going to go to the Department of Administration, where Agency Director Ed Byrne is standing by. Mr. Byrne, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, sir.
Yeah, doing pretty good. Ed, 8:25. It's Tuesday, August 10th. Just wanted to bring you on to kind of follow up and, as per the Communications Director, Crystal Paco San Augustine, get a little more clarity on this executive order. I know that she was tracking that you guys were going to come out with a memo relative to this EO. That's not out yet, but what can you tell us about this EO and the implementation of it?
Yes, it's not out yet. We had a meeting, internal meeting yesterday, and we're working on it, and I expect to get a first draft today. We're putting some flesh on the executive order in order that line agencies in particular, but autonomous agencies can follow these guidelines if they wish, can put some flesh on the bones of the executive order so that department heads know what to do and how to treat their employees. I guess the two most important things is that we're trying to make sure that everybody in the executive branch in particular, but throughout the government in general, is vaccinated. And if they're not vaccinated, that they understand that they have to undergo a weekly test in order to make sure that they're not positive.
So is it an option then for autonomous agencies to follow this executive order?
Yeah, the governor has, on the executive order, has asked the autonomous agencies to follow. In fact, in her statement, she asked the autonomous agencies to follow. And that's why in framing these rules, we're trying to make sure that they cover the autonomous agencies in the expectation that they will, in fact, adopt the rules as written.
Ed, are for those who opt for the weekly COVID test, are they going to be given comp time or leave time to go and get that?
Yes, we're going to, yes, they are, as indeed for those that opt to finally be vaccinated. And I should say, as far as I can see, in many agencies, a large number of people, and by far the overwhelming majority of people, have been vaccinated. But for those who have finally, and I noticed in the newspapers today, there are some that have decided at this stage that the vaccination would be advantageous. They get time off to do that, and there will be time allowed for those who have to take the weekly test. But we're also trying to make sure that we bring the test to them rather than have to wander around trying to find appropriate place to get tested, and we're working on that with public health.
We had the Mayor's Council of Guam president on yesterday, and he was kind of waiting to see whether or not this executive order would apply to the MCOG. Can you provide any clarification on whether, in fact, this does?
Yes, Sabrina. We've confirmed to the governor's office that the mayor's council is part of the executive branch and it will apply to them.
There was something else on the executive order regarding disciplinary procedures, disciplinary action. What kind of disciplinary action are we talking about if they don't get vaccinated or don't refuse to get the weekly COVID test?
Well, the purpose of all this is to protect both those in the government who have decided to get vaccinated, and for those members of the public that have to have contact with government workers to protect them. We're in the rules that we're drafting. We're suggesting, or maybe more than suggesting, we're going to instruct that the regular disciplinary rules will be followed. But obviously, if an employee both refuses to get vaccinated and refuses to get tested, we don't want them at work. So they will be excluded from work, and the disciplinary action, which we have to follow, will, as written out in the personnel rules and regulations, we will follow it from there.
And what about those employees who are unclassified that, are subject to disciplinary action? Because I know it works a little differently for the unclassified, right?
Yes, but in this case, we're not. The executive order is quite clear that it covers everybody, temporary, classified, unclassified, or however they're employed. And therefore, we will follow the same procedure.
Has your agency been on the receiving end of any concerns or calls from executive branch employees about this EO?
None that's reached me so far. I mean, the executive order is fairly clear. We're just trying to make sure that we get some rules for agencies to follow. I think all employees in the government should be fairly should understand thoroughly that this is a protective measure to protect employees and people of Guam, and it's required that they follow it, and we don't want to unnecessarily endanger anybody. We've seen an increase in positive cases in the last few days. And we certainly don't want to go back into some of the numbers that we had. Unfortunately, hospitalizations remain low, but why increase a risk when there's no need?
Are we good with the EO?
Not really, but...
We did have a comment, Mr. Byrne. If vaccinated people can pass the virus still, why not test them weekly as well?
Well, that's a technical question. I'm not really qualified. I'm medically qualified to comment on. Right. I haven't heard, from the statistics I've seen, the number of both infected people and contact people from people who have been vaccinated does seem to be less. I can't tell you exactly how much. As I say, you'll have to talk to the experts about that. But it certainly does seem to be less than those who have been unvaccinated.
How long do you anticipate the implementation of this EO to take? I mean, you said you're drafting regs now.
I mean, for us to, the executive order requires that employees either get vaccinated or prove they've been vaccinated by September 24th. So that's the date we're working to.
That's fully vaccinated, not partially?
That's fully vaccinated. Right. And what we mean by fully vaccinated is that they have received either 2 shots if it's a 2-shot vaccine, or 1 shot if it's the 1-shot Johnson & Johnson vaccine.
Do you have the vaccination rate for executive branch agency employees? Like, what's the percentage?
Yeah. How many people are we talking about?
We're putting that together now. As I say, I believe that it's kind of up in the, it varies obviously from agency for agency, and I can tell you at DOA, it's something like 97%. But it's kind of like in the, as far as I recall from seeing the numbers, it's in the high 80s. And, hopefully, as we get through, people don't need to wait for September 24th in order to get vaccinated. Vaccinations are available today, and if anybody wants to, who hasn't been vaccinated, they should do so straight away.
Okay. Can we switch gears real quick? Are you looking forward to the budget session starting tomorrow? What are you anticipating?
Yes, it's a highlight of my year.
Wait, was that sarcasm? I thought yeah, that was sarcasm.
Well, interpreted. Yes, very dry. Yes, I'm looking forward to getting a budget on the books. There have been a number of discussions that led up to the budget over the last few months. So let's get the budget on the books, which is, legally it has to be by August 31st. And so we can plan, agencies can plan, and financially we can plan for the next year. So I'm looking forward to having those discussions and hopefully getting universal and quick agreement to all the budget provisions so that departments, as I say, can plan and be sure what their finances look like for the next financial year.
And what's
going to happen in the next financial year?
What are we going to anticipate? What kind of discussion tomorrow? Are you guys coming with numbers as far as like this agency is going to get this much from the ARP? Or are you only going to come and discuss a budget that does not include any of the $600 million in American Rescue Plan funding?
The ARP funds, as the governor has said several times, is a matter for her to decide how the funds should be dispersed. But I think it's important to remember, Chris, that these are ARP has the word recovery in the middle of it. They're meant to be recovery funds, not operational funds. The duty of the legislature is to compile and enact a budget that deals with the government operations. The ARP funds are meant for recovery. That's outside the operations normal purview, and that's something that the governor is still working with. And I think she spoke a little bit about the support we got from the U.S. Treasury to some of our plans, and I'm sure in the near future some information will be coming out. I mean, some information came out overnight on the Educational Stabilization Fund usage. So that was going to, all this information will come out, but it really doesn't impact the budget which is being considered by the legislature.
Okay, I thought it was American Rescue Plan, not Recovery Plan.
It is American Rescue Plan.
Yeah. So is that a no, that when you guys go to the legislature tomorrow, when they ask about ARP funds, you guys aren't going to answer any questions?
Well, I don't think we're not going to answer any questions, because we'll answer a question when asked.
I mean, well, no is an answer.
No is one answer. I think we will point out what I just said, which is that this is a budget that deals with operations. It's a completely separate issue from ARP, whether it's recovery or rescue. Rescue sounds even more desperate, does it not? It's certainly not anything to do with operations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is desperate because we've got people who've been waiting for RISE Act payments, and they're desperate to see that money. And
it's an
Yes, and
emergency.
you spoke to Daphne about that, and she's working on getting that money out too. You know, over the past few months, certainly and I'm sure everybody in the administration is very well aware of the economic situation, and you know, we've had several major efforts to get money into the hands of people. We've had 3 EIP processes out there to get money. We've had public health and DOA working on the program Salape, which got money into people's hands. And here at DOA, we're working on the rental assistance, the homeowners assistance, and the low-income water assistance plan. So everybody's working very, very hard to get money into people's hands. You know, the RISE Act, I know people are concerned about, but that's just one arm of this octopus, if you like, that's trying to get money into people's hands. The unemployment, the federal unemployment assistance ends very soon. So I know we're working to try and get these RISE Act payments out, as well as, I think Daphne spoke to you about this, the child tax credit advance payments, which we're trying to get out too. So there's certainly a big effort to get money out to people, not just people who qualify for the RISE Act, but for people generally that need funds all over, throughout the island.
Well, when are we going to see these monies spent, Mr. Byrne? Because we kind of are seeing these final guidelines. First there was public comment period ends July 16th. It's August 10th now. What's the timeline on you guys, in your mind, finally receiving the green light to spend this money?
Well, if you're talking about the RISE Act, yeah, that's a question you need to ask, and I believe you did ask Daphne about that. All the other funding, as I say, as I gave you an example of some funding coming out today from the Education Stabilization Fund. I have to say that what I understand from our discussions with Treasury, we're actually way ahead on Guam of some of the other states and some of the other states and almost all the other territories. So, put in the background on this, Guam is doing pretty well in getting funds out into people's hands.
How much in ARP funds have we got out into people's hands?
That's a matter that we will talk about, no doubt, during the budget.
So have we spent any ARP funds?
Yes, we have.
We have? I thought we couldn't spend anything until we got the final guidelines.
We have been spending some money out because the meeting we had with Treasury a couple of weeks ago, we got some unofficial guidance because we asked that question. I mean, there wouldn't have been much purpose in meeting with Treasury if we didn't ask that question. So we asked the question and we got some guidance that we are working under because they were unable to tell us when the final guidelines were going to come out.
So prior to the meeting with Treasury last week, right, in D.C., that's what you're talking about, the meeting last week?
Yeah, it was the week before last, Sabrina.
Okay, so the week before last, has any of the ARP monies been spent prior to this meeting with U.S. Treasury?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So how much was spent since the meeting with U.S. Treasury?
Well, as I say, that's a question we'll answer when we have the budget meetings.
Do you mean the session tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, because I thought you mentioned that when it comes to ARP money, the administration doesn't really have to answer to the legislature because the governor controls that money and has nothing to do with the budget.
That's absolutely true, but I'm sure we'll be asked.
And an answer will be provided.
You can just tell us now, though. I mean, we're all here.
Well, I think it would be better to tell the legislature first. They're the lawmaker.
But you're confirming that yes, ARP money has been spent. Out of the $600 million that we got, money has been spent from it.
But it was only after you guys met with Treasury.
Let me be clear. We haven't got $600 million. We got $553 million for the state allocation. The remaining allocations were split in half between this year and next year. So although the total amount we're expecting to get is $604 million, that included the $14 million that's the capital improvement part that nobody has got yet. And we've only got half of the county allocation and the non-entitlement unit allocation. So we're around about $580 million.
So about $600 million.
In total receipts.
Okay, so
Are you able to say what was this money spent on, like personnel or salaries or?
Well, as I say, I'd rather respond to the legislature rather than telling you in advance. I don't think it'd be fair to them.
So, 553 million in state allocation funds. And you're saying we have about 580 million that we do have in the bank. And after the U.S. Treasury meeting, some of it was spent.
Yes.
But not prior.
I have to check exactly the times that was spent.
You said it was after the meeting, though, with Treasury.
Yes, I would have to check, though, exactly the time, because I don't remember whether it was around about that time. So.
Was there anything in your meeting with the U.S. Treasury that they said, no, you can't spend that money on?
Well...
Like a hospital?
No, that would be, nobody goes into a meeting and says they're going to spend money and expecting the answer no. Everything we said, they said they would take into account. Spending money on the hospital was discussed, but they said this is a big appropriation of money. No one throughout the whole country, including states, had asked them that particular question in that particular way for that amount of money, so they were going to consider that. As indeed they said they were going to consider a number of other matters that we raised, and that they would get back to us.
What are the reporting requirements?
Well, I guess the answer, Sabrina, is no. Nobody said no, but nobody said that everything that we were trying to do we could go ahead without the consideration of these larger amounts that are being concerned. And you were saying, what are we going to spend the money on? And you just mentioned one of the things that the governor said that she wants to spend the money on, which is the hospital.
Mr. Burns,
I'm sorry, but did you guys present a plan to the U.S. Treasury, a breakdown of the ARP monies?
No.
But you did just say, okay, we want to, can we pay out the rise? Yeah. Can we pay out maybe not that way, but you did ask whether.
Right. The matter of the hospital, as I say, was an important issue. It's important to the governor. It's important to Guam. And they said that this was a unique request and that they were going to consider the matter and get back to us.
What's the big deal, though, Mr. Byrne? Because obviously I'm pretty sure that, there's been a lot of outcry from the public and from the senators about not just when we're going to spend this money, but what we're going to spend it on. I mean, there was a whole meeting with the senators and the governor, but now you're telling us that what you spent the money on is a big secret until you report it to the legislature. And
it's not a secret. It's otherwise we wouldn't be reporting it.
But I mean, you guys know that people are wondering where we're going to spend this money, and it just seems a little. I mean, why wouldn't you say that? Hey, yeah, okay, everyone, we spent some of this money.
Well, why would you? It's only you that asked the question in that particular way. And as I say, I think it's appropriate that the legislature learns first, rather than reporting these things through the press. If the governor's office and Crystal wants to make a press release and do it that way, that's up to them. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a matter that we should be reporting through the legislature first.
What are the reporting requirements for the spending? So how soon do you have to report to the federal government what you spent, the money that you can't tell us you spent?
The first report is, we can tell you, but you just need to be a little bit more patient.
We've been waiting months, Mr. Byrne. I don't know how much more patient we can be.
Then your patience is admirable, and I am in awe of your restraint. The first report, to answer your question, your substantive question, the first report to U.S. Treasury is due August 31st.
I'm gonna get a medal for my. I'm gonna get a medal for my admirable patience.
So that first report due August 31st will indicate how much was Guam spent. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
And tomorrow, unless we find out at the press conference today, you're going to tell the senators what the ARP funds were spent on.
Right. Well, I've just got a notice that the governor's having a press conference at 1:30.
Right.
So I am sure you and your colleagues will ask that question, and the governor will respond as she thinks fit.
All right. Any update on the financial management system?
Well, I don't think much happened while I was away, so I'm coming back and I'm trying to move it along because it's really important for this. So I expect to be able to get it out this week.
Okay. I thought you guys really needed this, like as an emergency,
really need
especially
it,
when the first report's due on August 31st.
Yeah, we'll have to make that report without it, but we do really need it. Absolutely, we really need it. And I think, as you know, I've been very keen to get this in place as quickly as possible. But having said that, procurement in the government of Guam is a very long and involved and almost frustrating, I have to say, process. And so rather than get frustrated with it, we've just been trying to work through and make sure that all the barriers that exist, real or imagined, are removed, and we get this new system that and in that I think I deserve the medal for forbearance, because this has been going on for 30 years. That's longer than we've been waiting, Chris, right? Yes.
Yeah, I guess, literally.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I guess we'll wait for the memo coming out on the executive order. Wait to see what happens
I'll get it
with
out
the budget.
as quickly as I possibly can.
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll probably see you at 1:30, right?
Probably. Are you going to be there?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Byrne.
Wait. You're going to be at the press conference?
Yeah, because it's about the D.C. trip.
Oh, okay.
It's about the D.C. trip.
Was there any other unique items then that you guys presented to U.S. Treasury that they're considering or looking at or reviewing?
Well, then ask that question this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
All right.
Have a good day.
You
Okay,
too.
take care.
See you later.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh, always. Plenty left. I'm just getting started with the patience. Well, at least we could laugh about it, right?
Yeah.
That was kind of a big reveal, though. It's like, oh, shucks. Like, oh, shucks, hey, we spent some of that money. Oh, these senators tomorrow morning, as soon as Mr. Byrne walks in the building, they're going to be like, hey, heard you on the link yesterday. What do you think of that, though, guys?
I wonder what it was spent on.
Yeah. Why should we be asking out loud? Why should we? Right? I mean, again, you got to communicate to your people. And that's probably what they plan to do at this press conference. And that's why Mr. Byrne couldn't say anything, because they want the governor to be able to say whatever it is that's got to be said. They don't want her thunder to be stolen. Yeah, that's what it is. And so that's why he knows. I mean, he clearly knew, but he can't share it with the public because he'd get in trouble with Adaloop. And that's what kind of system we're working under, guys. It's 8:55 on the link. Ooh, we're coming.
So we're going to go from patients of one kind to patients of another kind.
Right. We're going to get Dr. Ann Pavatsky, the territorial epidemiologist, in just a matter of minutes. We're going to take a quick break, though, and come back with more of the link next. Good morning.
The relationship between Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
Miss the link, missed a lot. You're welcome, Guam Legislature. As we just had Administration Director Ed Byrne on, and I want to be careful I choose my words here because they didn't lie about spending the ARP funds. They just chose not to tell anyone. So I just texted the Chief of Staff at Adelup what it was spent on and how much, but I'm not sure if we're going to get an answer on that before the press conference because Mr. Byrne seemed like, oh, I can't tell you guys. Which, I mean, you know, goes back to that whole transparency thing. Like, why wouldn't he be able to tell us? I mean, right?
Rightio.
Instead, I got complimented on my patience. Well, I'm not sure the people of Guam have as much patience as I do. It's 9:04, Tuesday, August 10th. More about that coming up here on the link. But first, let's head back into the KUAM News Zoom room, where we have the territorial epidemiologist, Dr. Ann Pobutsky. Been a minute, Doc. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning.
Just wanted to get you on here now that the pandemic's over so we could just have a look back at how everything went.
It's not over. It's not over, not by a long shot. We've just seen an uptick in cases if you've been following the news, and that includes both military and local. A lot of household transmission, and the local cases, most of them are being identified through contact tracing, again, mainly household transmission. And the military, that's because they're doing exercises here. There's an extra 4,000 people up at Anderson. So, yes, there's been an uptick in cases.
Do we know?
It's not over yet.
I'm just curious for the military. Do we know if the positive cases, were they vaccinated or unvaccinated? Or?
We just started getting that information. And in the past 2 weeks, we've had 172 cases. And that includes the military now. They just started giving us numbers on the 6th, that was Friday, for their vaccinations. And yes, we were seeing about 42% of those cases were fully vaccinated, 4 were partially vaccinated, or 2.3%, and the majority, 55%, were unvaccinated. And it looks like those are mainly, more than half are in that 18 to 39 age group, again, because the military population tends to be young. And a lot of unvaccinated people in that age group.
Yeah,
less than 40.
What's the data on that, Doc? Do you have a breakdown, age demographic, vaccination status?
Just by age.
Okay.
Wow.
And it's similar for the fully vaccinated and the not vaccinated, where with the concentration in that 18 to 39 group. So it's younger people getting infected. We're not seeing, we are seeing a little bit of an uptick in some hospitalizations, but nobody has died recently.
And do you know the hospitalizations? Are they unvaccinated or vaccinated?
I don't have that data in front of me. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't have that in front of me. I think there's only 3 cases at GRMC. I don't think there's any, or maybe there's 1 at GMH. I do not know off the top of my head.
Okay. What about the numbers? What are they saying? I think Chimo was on a little bit earlier, but are we seeing younger children, I guess, that aren't eligible to get vaccinated or are eligible to get vaccinated? Are we seeing those numbers kind of increase?
Yes, among the unvaccinated. We have, yes, about 21% are under age 12. And that's in the not vaccinated group, new cases.
Oh.
Yep.
What?
Bree doesn't know what to do with herself because we're getting all this information now. She's like, whoa, information. Wow, breakdowns.
Well, it's the same message. Wash your hands, social distance.
Yeah.
You know, wear your mask and get vaccinated if you haven't been vaccinated. Nobody's immune to this. Did you ever go to that link on the East West Center Insights, Chris?
Yes,
the one
I
with
did.
Dr. Tim Brown?
Yeah.
Yeah, he used to do the modeling for HIV, and he's saying there's not going to be any herd immunity. We're going to still see variants, and we've got to get universal vaccination, basically, to stop this. And it has to be done worldwide because we're not alone. The virus will travel. It will change. So actually, it's called The Virus Strikes Back. It's on YouTube. Anybody can watch it. Yeah. It's like, like The Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
The Virus Strikes Back.
I see what they did there.
Chima said, the numbers, they tell a story. What are they saying? What's the story on your end? Since we achieved herd immunity.
We do know that there was a large gathering at a hotel in Tucumán that resulted in, I guess there were 300 people there. So that brought a uptick. There were at least 10 cases associated with that gathering, and then of course the contact tracing results in more. So it's gatherings and it's households.
What date?
And presumably household gatherings.
Right. Yeah. So what date are we talking about? This Tucumán gathering of 300.
I don't have the exact. Let's see, end of July.
Yeah.
This was after we reached herd immunity and restrictions were lifted.
End of July. July 24th, I guess so.
Oh. Right.
Yep.
Doc,
so is that kind of what the numbers are saying, that the restrictions were lifted, everybody kind of went like buck wild, and here we are today?
It's hard to say because we've seen a steady transmission. The numbers were really low, and now we've just seen this uptick. So it was kind of smoldering, and now we've got some flames going up, military and local.
Right.
So it could be people maybe are thinking. I mean, look at what's going on in the U.S. There's like 700,000 people in South Dakota for some bikers group. That's going to be a super spreader event. People still need to wear masks and social distance and wash their hands and get vaccinated.
Yeah.
So nothing's changed about what we need to do. Yeah. And we're in good shape. We have a good shape. We're ready for anything here at Public Health because, we had this lull and we were keeping going, and now we've seen this uptick and we're on top of it. Contact tracing.
Dr. Hoa was on last week, and he was talking about the numbers, and the story he was saying from the numbers is that we're going to see hospitalizations go up within this week to next week. Is that what you're also kind of seeing or anticipating?
I can't really predict what's going to happen. It could, because one of the problems is we don't know if the Delta variant is here. We aren't able to pinpoint exactly if there are any Delta cases because our samples that we ship to CDC, it takes a while to get them back. So we haven't had a report recently. And the military sends their samples for sequencing to San Diego, and it takes forever to get that. We are going to get a sequencing machine for the laboratory, but that's months away. So we really don't know if Delta is here. If Delta is here and is spreading, we are likely to see more hospitalizations and more younger people getting infected, and of course the unvaccinated.
I thought the Delta variant
we've seen breakthrough cases as well.
Yeah.
We've seen an uptick in breakthrough cases.
There was a Delta sample that was reported, but I think it was in quarantine.
And that was a couple months ago.
Yeah.
And yes, the person was quarantined from travel to India.
Right. Well, I mean, just doing the math on it, Doc, I mean, what's your educated guess about the presence of the Delta variant on Guam?
I don't know. It could be here. We don't have any evidence except for a small uptick. We don't know. We'll just have to wait and see and hope that people continue to wear masks, get vaccinated.
Do you think we kind of lost sight of that very simple messaging and our herd immunity and we're going to lift restrictions conversations, because those kind of dominated the last month at least, and now here we are.
Right. Well, it's not over yet. It's not over till it's over. These things usually take several years, and we are going to see probably more variants. And until we get the whole world vaccinated, it's just, we're going to see these kinds of surges and waves. And it all depends on how we put a lid on it. And I know people are sick of it, right? I'm sick of it. We're all sick of COVID, but it's not over yet.
Did Chima provide a breakdown of the 59 new positives?
I'm sorry?
Or do you have any additional information about the 52
52
positives
yeah.
reported last night out of the
From
check?
yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. I don't have any details. Half of them were identified through contact tracing, so that's pretty much the local transmission. Some were still doing contact tracing, so that's pretty much it. That's all we know. And that was, again, was that over the weekend? So that's why there's a bump. We were averaging about 10 per day, and then we started seeing this uptick, and then we started seeing 20 or more per day.
When does it
So
go?
that was over the weekend.
When does it go from an uptick to a surge? Because this uptick's been happening for, I mean, we're in week 2 of it, right?
Couple weeks, yes. We just have to watch and see what happens. That's all we can do. And tell people the messages. It's not over. You still have to wear your mask. You shouldn't have big parties, even if you want to. And if you're going to have them outside.
Yeah.
But even a couple of weeks ago was also when the CDC discovered this event in, I believe it was Provincetown, was it Rhode Island, or anyway, in New England, where there was a 4th of July party, and they found that vaccinated people could spread the virus. So now they had to change their rules and recommend people wear masks indoors, even if you're vaccinated, because vaccinated people can spread it.
Right.
Not as effectively, but there's that issue as well.
Doc, do you think
But
that
people
kind
who are
of...
vaccinated are more protected against serious illness and hospitalization. So,
But do you think that kind of waffling, I mean, I see it what it is, but the CDC kind of cha-chaing with these guidances about vaccination, do you think that has led to some of this vaccination hesitancy where people say, well, what's the point if I got to do all the things that, I was doing before I got the shot?
hard to say. I think there's a lot of disinformation about the vaccine out there on social media and the internet, and a lot of nonsense, and people believe it. And that's part of the problem, is disinformation in social media and the internet. That it's going to change your DNA, or it's, I forget what other nonsense is being out there. Fibers, microfibers, Morgellon fibers. There's a lot of kooky ideas out there about the vaccine. And we're going to see FDA approval soon, probably in a couple weeks, according to Dr. Fauci, which is good news. So the recommendation is get vaccinated. You're not immune. You can spread it. School's starting. We have a testing program in the schools that's going to be starting soon, and that'll help monitor the kids. And if you're sick, go get tested, et cetera, et cetera. Wear your mask. We still have a mask requirement. As a matter of fact, when we did see the uptick in military cases, we have meetings with the Department of Defense almost weekly. And we expressed the concern with our DOD reps, and it was that evening that they decided to make the mask requirement on the base.
Right. But from some videos that we saw on social media, there are some local businesses that are still talking about military personnel in Tumon not wearing the mask mandate. So can you kind of go into exactly? So I understand there's a mask mandate. You have to wear a mask wherever you go. But what about, these military people who are down in Tumon and they're walking around outdoors, locals too. Are we supposed to be wearing the masks outside when we're around a bunch of different people?
Not if you're far away from people, you're hiking in the boonies, walking on the beach, no. They're more worried about indoors and, restaurants. If you go back to the Dr. Tim Brown's presentation, he won't even go to a restaurant. because he was talking about the Hawaii cases where they're averaging, 600 new cases per day. He won't go to a restaurant. He said, get takeout. Restaurants are really bad places. Remember, bars and restaurants aren't very good places for transmitting virus because you have to take off your mask to eat and drink.
You know, another thing
he
I
recommends don't fly anywhere either if you don't need to. It's not an emergency. Don't travel. Besides, there's unruly passengers on the planes now.
You mean the Karens? Doc, you know one thing I do see when I eat out, because I actually do eat out, is that servers, and maybe if you're a server in a restaurant, with the gloves, I feel like they get too carried away with the gloves. They feel like because they have gloves, they're touching all these different touch points. So, I mean, many times I've had a server come to refill my water, and I mean, I'll watch, right? I'm very vigilant. I'll see them touch like everyone's glass that everyone else is touching, and then they'll go and they'll try and take my glass with their gloves to fill my water. And I always say, no, I'll hold it, because I can see, like, you know, and it's almost like similar to vaccination, where people wear gloves, people get vaccinated, they feel like they're invincible, and it just turns into a bad case of the touchy-feelies, you know? So, I mean, there's that, too, I guess.
Hand washing. Right? It's probably better to wash your hands. Well, I know they have some rules, though, at restaurants about putting on gloves for assembling sandwiches at Subway, whatever. I don't know about the servers.
Right.
Just be prudent, use common sense.
You good, Bree? Doc, thank you for your time.
Thanks, Doc. It's good to see you.
Anything in closing you want to get out here? Because I know that you're a hard person to get, so.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right on. There's your message. Thank you. It's never over. It's not over now. Wash your hands. Do all the stuff you got to do. 9:20, quick break. Back with the Chief of Police next, right here on the link.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
A new musical competition series from NBC focusing on original music is in the works, and they're looking for contestants. American Song Contest is modeled after the hit European phenomenon Eurovision, which has produced some of the most talented performers the world has ever known. The show's looking for individuals and bands from all types of music to find an act in every state and territory, including representatives from Guam and the CNMI. Go online to AmericanSongSubmissions.com to enter and submit your original song submissions now. Must be 16 years or older, and groups cannot exceed 6 people. Additional conditions apply. So apply today and get ready to rep our island on the national stage. American Song Contest debuts next spring on NBC.
Whether you're gonna make a move to get on the dance floor, while this song plays just for you, I'm longing to see you sway from left to right. Let these vibes take you away to keep you dancing all night. Can't you feel it, baby? Feel it in your soul. Said I know you feel it, lady. Go ahead and lose control, 'cause I can see it coming. That sparkle in your eye, if it's a groovy love you need, and that's what I'll provide. Whoa, let's groove the night away. It's grooving, it's grooving, grooving. Yes, we could do this all the time. Just grooving, girl, we'll get it right. Hey, yeah, I can spend eternity. It's grooving, grooving, it's grooving, grooving. Just looking into your eyes. So while you're grooving, grooving with me, come on and groove with me, darling. Yes, I know it's crazy, but it's the way I feel about you. Oh, on a daily, you make my deepest dreams come true when you're loving me, baby. You know I'm always in the mood for our love making. Said I'm gonna break it down for you. Can't you feel it, baby? Feel it in your soul.
Welcome back to The Link and what has already been a very information-packed episode. Lots of knowledge you can use, lots of interesting conversations from some people in the know, some big decision makers, and we have the Chief of Police coming on momentarily.
We do.
Speaking
You don't have to go to college to get this knowledge that we're dropping this morning. First of all, biggest takeaway is after months of clamoring, public outcry, concern, letters, plans from senators, questions from mayors, a public that has pretty much been riled to the point of a lot of unrest out there.
Enough Instagram story post by Chris Barnett to almost get him shadow banned by Instagram.
But yeah, Ed Burns said they spent American Rescue Plan funding, and what he had initially said, Bree, was that it was after they had a meeting with Treasury. But then when we went back and asked again, he said, I got to check the timeline on that. I'm pretty sure he's getting chewed out right now, though. Because I did ask the Chief of Staff, John Jr. Calvo, via the preferred method of communication of WhatsApp with the administration. Hey, John, Ed Burns said ARP funds were spent after meeting with Treasury. How much and what was it spent on? Just now on the link he said this. But John was seen a minute ago, and he did not respond to my message. So I think we're just going to have to hold until this press conference because they're going to want to announce this, at the press conference. 9:29, Tuesday, August 10th, the Chief of Police, Chief Steve Ignacio, joins us right here on the link. Good morning, Chief.
Hey, Chris, good morning. Sorry about that. Apparently, I had two things going on at 9 o'clock, and I didn't realize that. I was just meeting with the JAG from the Judge Advocate General, the lawyer from Camp Blas. Yeah, so wanted to do a meet and greet.
Wow.
So I kept that short so I can accommodate this because I committed to this as well.
Well, thank you so much for that, Chief.
No problem.
I guess we'll just start with this vaccination mandate. DOA had said they're coming out with a circular about it. But what kind of concerns or, just talk have you heard from the officers regarding this, and how do you plan on implementing this EO from the governor?
Well, Chris, that the executive order is a directive from the governor, and we are an executive line branch agency. So, I've read through it, and we're working on how to execute it and ensure compliance. I am waiting for the circular from Department of Administration, and I'm sure it'll provide more guidance as to how we're going to execute this executive order and ensure that we respect the rights of the employee, but also making sure that we also protect those employees in the workplace and those that we come in contact with in the general public. And, our officers do come in contact a lot with the general public to ensure the safety of both the community and the officers as well. Within the Guam Police Department, I'm sure you might be interested, what's our vaccination rate?
Yeah.
And so we're at about 65, I think, or 67%. So that means about a third of our employees, that's both uniform and civilian, have not received the vaccination. Throughout the course of the vaccination clinics, though, opportunities were afforded. Especially early on, we were one of the first ones, to get vaccinated, and we took advantage of that opportunity. I took advantage of it as well, as an employee, as the chief. So we have about a little over 100 employees, give or take, that have not received the vaccine. I did in the past, sometime in most of July, I actually went around and I did a meet and greet with the officers at the precincts. I broke it down, meeting in Agotnia, meeting Agate, meeting Central, and meeting with Derdo. And, I tried to break down those barriers to vaccination. And the feedback I got is, the hesitancy is related to what they've read supposedly about side effects, mostly, and hearing that there's some severe side effects that some people have experienced, and others just don't know enough about it to feel comfortable getting the vaccine. So. That's where we're at with that. And we continue to set, as staff officers and the chief, we continue to send the message downward to our officers, that the vaccine is safe. Scientifically, it's been proven safe. I think what's going to help is that, I'm looking forward to the FDA full approval, as opposed to this EOA that seemed to be one of the contentions from the officers is that, it's got an EUA and not a full approval. They'd be less hesitant and they'd probably go and get the vaccine if it was given full approval. So I think if we finally get full approval from the FDA for at least, I believe, the Pfizer, I think that'll open up the doors, for more officers to come in and feel comfortable of taking the vaccine.
So 33% unvaccinated over at GPD. It was something that it was Robert Koss from GFT mentioned yesterday, and even Mr. Fedenko, about some people are saying, you know what, if they force me to take this vaccine, I'm gonna just walk away. I'm gonna quit, right? I mean, are you prepared to to deal with that? If some of your officers, 33% is a pretty big number, and you're already experiencing a shortage of officers. How are you going to deal with that if they just said, no, you're not going to force me to put something in my body?
Well, there's still two exemptions to mandatory vaccination. And, one is religion and one is disability or medical reasons. So, notwithstanding any of that, I don't know, Bree. I really don't know what the answer is. It's one of those things, we get to cross that bridge when we get there. I do know, in reading some of the mandated vaccines, like I believe it's somewhere in Houston, there was a hospital system. They lost about 100 some nurses, or staff because they refused to get vaccinated. So some of them voluntarily resigned, some of them were terminated. But we'll see. I don't want to lose an officer over a vaccine, over a shot, but at the same time, I have a duty too as a chief to make sure that my officers who are vaccinated are protected, and we continue so that we can continue to protect the community. Because what if that 1/3 of the police department all got COVID because they refused to get vaccinated? I'm still going to be left with that dilemma. 1/3 of my officers out for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. I lost an officer who was in ICU for almost 2 months, and so it's going to hurt whether they leave because they didn't get vaccinated or they get the virus and they're out for a month or so or even longer.
What about the disciplinary action portion of this memo, Chief? Are you prepared to discipline your officers if they, A, refuse to get vaccinated, or B, don't submit to the weekly COVID tests?
And that's where the guidance from the Department of Administration would be helpful. That, would let us know, because there's, the thing in government of Guam that we call a progressive discipline. So we have to look at whether, what type of progressive discipline is recommended. Are we starting with a letter of warning, a letter of reprimand? Are we just going straight into suspension, demotion, and then termination, or just go straight into termination? I don't know. We're a line agency. We fall under the Department of Administration. We follow those personnel rules and regulations. So I'm sure that I'll know more once that circular is issued, and to provide us more guidance, because the executive order is the mandate, but the execution would be that executive order. The memorandum, the circular from DOA as to how this thing will be executed.
Are you worried at all, though, Chief? Because when you talk about the 1/3 of your officers or employees who aren't vaccinated, and you give the reason is that they believe a lot of this anti-vax information. So it's not necessarily that they were busy or they didn't have time. It's that maybe some of them have dug their heels in and are just gonna not want to do it. Do you think this is going to lead to confrontation?
And that's the conversation we've been having. That's the conversation I had when I was out and about visiting the precincts. The numbers are, the numbers don't lie. A lot of who are not, those that are not vaccinated tend to get the virus and tend to get more sick from the virus. I gave them the evidence, the last 2 officers in the department that tested positive. They were unvaccinated. They didn't want to get the vaccine, and they were working in the quarantine facility, the isolation facility, and of course there's a higher risk down there. And but they, it's still a voluntary choice, and so they chose not to. And so, unfortunately, they contracted the virus. And but we'll see, Chris. And Bree, when we, as this thing unfolds, and we get additional guidance from the governor, lieutenant governor, and the Department of Administration, and we'll see how this thing is going to be executed. Because the executive order was issued last week Friday, became effective Monday, this past week, and then of course we have up until September, I think 24th for compliance. So we have about a month and a half, to work with our personnel, and continue to educate them. This is not trying to convince them; we're just trying to educate them on the benefits of the vaccine. And like I said, once we get, hopefully get full FDA approval. Those that express hesitancy, did say that some of them did say that if this was a fully approved vaccine by the FDA, they feel more comfortable getting the vaccination shot.
Anything, Bree, non-COVID executive order?
Yeah. Is GPD done with their administrative side of the investigation into the off-duty officer involved in the fatal shooting in Tamuning? Because we understand that he's back on the job. So does that mean that you guys have completed your side?
No, that administrative investigation is still ongoing. And, we continue to work with the AG's office and look at their findings as well in relation to our administrative findings. But no, that's still actively ongoing. And it's raining real heavy up here in Quezon right now.
What about the, I know it's the Jerry's Kitchen. I thought there was also an administrative investigation into
yes, that's concluded already. Yeah.
Oh, so what happened?
It's a personnel matter. I'm sorry, I can't disclose any personnel action.
Personnel matter. Was any adverse action taken?
I can't say.
Okay. I did want to follow up because I've been working on our next Crimes Without Conviction podcast, and I did want to ask about a cold case unit at GPD. Is that something that you guys are looking at establishing, or is it just because you don't have enough manpower to stand something like that up?
I've been asked to stand up, to talk, to consider the cold case unit. But, with the amount of cases that is backlogged at criminal investigation section, which is where the cold case unit usually falls under, it's just, we're hard pressed to staff it right now. And, we're having to deal daily with the criminal sexual conducts, the aggravated assaults, the thefts, we're just really short-handed. I've got to do right now. I've been in communication with one of the deputies from DOE. We're working to help them with their school openings, everything from traffic direction to, just making sure that we have some kind of presence, maybe at the schools. I was talking with my staff about maybe doing a meet and greet, but with the uptick in the cases of COVID, I think, it's not something that we want to go out and engage right now. We just want to minimize the number of people on the campus, and keep the campus safe, keep that bubble safe for the students. So we don't want to introduce our officers to the campus. But I've been working with Erica Cruz from DOE the past couple of days, and she has reached out to the Guam Police Department. They're looking for help with traffic direction. So one of the things that we'll be monitoring along with their principals is there going to be an increase in the number of parents dropping off because they're concerned if there's a hesitance or fear of putting their kids with other kids on a school bus. right? Is there enough school buses? You know, is there going to be enough social distancing in the school bus? And so that's one of the things I heard is a concern to parents is putting them on a school bus. And so most parents supposedly are opting to drive their kids to school. And so with an increase in the number of cars going in and out, there's going to be traffic congestion, traffic jams, you know, and so that's where they're asking us to help out. And they did ask her to identify some of the schools. You know, I don't have the personnel to be at all the schools. And, you know, there's some schools that probably don't need traffic direction or help with in that area, only because I've shifted some of my resources right now to deal with the number of soldiers and sailors that are out and about in our community. You know, just last week, you know, Captain Kim Santos had a meeting with some military representatives, you know, just to give us the awareness. So I was tracking 600 Marines supposedly, and a little over 1,000 British sailors or soldiers that are going to be out from the 8th to 11th down in, you know, of course, probably in the Tumon area.
Right.
And we're also, you know, that's on top of the meeting that I had with the civil affairs from the Army regarding their couple of thousand, you know, Army soldiers that are here for the ongoing exercise, and I think they're here till the 14th. So, so you know, we're kind of spread all over the place. Everything from school openings to dealing with soldiers and sailors. You know, not only from the U.S. military, but also from the British military as well. And I'll tell you, I was in, you know, like Chris said, you know, I go out and we had dinner last night, and we drove down to Tumon to grab some dessert with the kids. And I'll tell you, the streets of Tumon are full. There was a lot of people walking around, and you know.
What are some of the concerns, Chief, that you guys have in these discussions with the military about this large presence down in Tumon?
Well, you know, of course, Chris, you know, they've been given liberty, so that means, you know, they get to go out, you know, and enjoy, you know, the community, and you know. They're going to be down at the bars. You know, the bars are open. And, you know, so we have those alcohol-related incidents. You know, we've had a couple already, from one being passed out drunk, one, you know, disturbances, you know, between the military and the locals. That happened a couple weeks ago, at least I think last weekend. And, you know, just the normal things that we run into, you know, and there's alcohol-involved incidents. And that's usually the issues that we have. I did get a call over the weekend, and we did send our team out along with the public health team to go down and visit all the hotels because there were complaints being received regarding people not wearing their masks while walking in and around the hotel premises. So we went down and talked to the hotel staff and management, you know, about making sure that they do their part, you know, to enforce the mask mandates.
Did they say they have problems enforcing it?
Yeah, you know, some of the staff at the hotels did you know, convey that, you know, they do what they can, but, you know, they do run into some people, you know, whoever their guests are, that, you know, refuse to wear the mask or, you know, refuse to put it on when they're asked. And so, you know, I think having our presence there helps. And, you know, we're going to continue because, like I said, I have a night shift dedicated to, you know, monitoring what's going on with our military visitors. And so, you know, we'll continue to visit these hotels and, you know, just do random visits just to make sure that we're getting compliance with the wearing of masks.
Chief, I know that they do the shore patrols, right? But in any of these conversations you had, was there ever an idea to increase the shore patrol to take the load a little bit off GPD, or?
Yeah, so we did have conversations with some of the military representatives, And they are trying to stand up a shore patrol, but in the meantime, though, while we're waiting for that shore patrol to be stood up, whether they're going to do it or not, we have established good points of contact with the people that we need to call up, when we need to notify them, and it's worked. We've run into some issues, that were resolved at that level. Just working with the patrol officers and these commands, and providing them notification.
Good, Reed. Well, any DUI checkpoints is coming up, Chief?
None that I'm tracking. Like I said, we're kind of spread between the hybrid patrol, spread between working with the schools and working night shift. Yeah.
Right, and so I know that discussion was prompted by Bree's question about standing up the cold case task force. So it does sound like you guys are spread thin. But what would it take, like in terms of warm bodies, to actually stand up that task force?
When I ran the cold case unit, I had about 5 officers, 2 from GPD. Myself, and then 1 port police and 1 airport police. Yeah, so it's a multi-agency task force. Worked out pretty well. Yeah, so some of those guys, actually most of the guys that were in that cold case are still around. Yeah. They're still working in law enforcement, and we talk about it every once in a while.
I did want to ask, because when Chief Ishizaki, was it 2004 when he stood up the cold case unit? At the time, there were 97 cold cases. How many cold cases do we have now? Did you say over 100?
Yeah, definitely over 100. I can get a count from CID, because there have been cases since then that have become cold, or there's no action in them for a while.
Yeah. And, in the upcoming podcast I'm doing, I did speak with the retired Chief of Police, James Marquez, and Sergeant Barry Flores from the cold case unit previously under Ishizaki. And they were talking about, the need for another cold case unit and trying to help GPD. And, they don't blame anything on GPD or any chiefs, in the past. What they do say is that we need to put more resources to GPD, and that falls on our elected leaders in prioritizing it. And if they truly care about public safety, then they would do something about it. So
yeah, well, to that point, Bree, I'll tell you right now, this 11th cycle is going to be graduating in a couple weeks, August 27th. But I've already picked up the next 6 police officer trainees, and that's for the combined cycle. So we're ready to start. We're just waiting for the other agencies to get their recruits squared away. But we're ready to go. We have our 6 for this next cycle, and then while that's ongoing, while we're ready to start that cycle, we're already doing the next batch, and that's going to be a little over 20 plus officers, but we're already working through that process. The background investigations is ongoing right now.
Awesome.
So, this administration is committed to getting more officers. We're hiring them, but, unfortunately, I hire 6 and I hear that I'm losing 5, so between now and September, I mean, it's just an uphill battle, to say the least, and what we're seeing, is with the opening of Camp Blas, is that, they're also ramping up their hiring. And so that's really affecting the local law enforcement agencies, not just me. But, we're seeing, our younger officers, because of pay and benefits, we're seeing them, take that leap and putting their applications. And so that's in September is usually when we start to see, officers who have reached their retirement age when they start to retire. So I'm getting close to that point, and I'm tracking at least 2 or 3 more, very seasoned senior officers that are planning to retire in September. So you see, I hired the 6 and I'm losing 5. Just there is no plus to that. You know.
I'm sorry, Chief. Our people are very ugagwet. I'm sorry.
Like I said, Mr. Vern and his team, they are actively looking at the pay scale for the police department, and hopefully in the next couple of weeks I'll get feedback from his team as to what their proposal is.
Right on, Chief. Thank you for your time
Thanks,
this morning.
Chief.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
All right. You okay over there?
Okay.
All right on, Chief. Chief Steve Ignacio, Guam Police Department. Good morning. It's 9:54.
Guys want to be a police officer?
Yep.
Should apply.
They're always hiring. DOC is hiring too. If you want to be a prison CO, a corrections officer, they're always hiring. Okay. GPD's hiring. You know that PUA's ending, guys. PUA's ending. It's coming to a close. Got to get out there and work it. The DOC, they make a lot of overtime. You don't always get paid on time. Yeah,
You're
sorry.
gonna get paid.
Just take our word for it. Disregard everything you ever heard on the link about overtime for law enforcement and how long it takes to pay them, and the COVID differential pay, which is like pulling teeth. No, disregard that. Okay. And go put in your apps there. 9:55. Quick break, and we're back to close out the show. Next, good morning.
Did you know you can The Culture Club returns to KOAM Digital and KOAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KOAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
Get yourself all caught up with the week's games, scores, and highlights with the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup on KUAM News Weekend Edition. It's all inclusive, all the fun and all the action wrapped up in the perfect presentation. Relive the moments on the KUAM Sports Weekend Roundup, brought to you by Gatorade. Greatness starts with G.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KYM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
KUAM Digital presents a series highlighting the wide array of talents on our island. Whether they're a standout gamer, extreme athlete, performer, or have a unique skill to show off, we're showcasing them every month on Wow Factor. Brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years, and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
Bonus! For those of you still hanging around with us on Facebook, we
DVD
have
extras.
We have a director's cut. We have a prize package as we have because we are celebrating our 65th anniversary of KUAM TV. I need you to tell me. We'll take the first correct caller. Get those calls in as soon as you can. 637-0094 is the phone number. In the early 1990s, the question is, what popular morning show greeted you each and every weekday on KUAM TV? And this is multiple choice. Was it Good Morning Guam? Chris kind of like took that in a different direction with his morning greeting here. Was it Buenas? Capitalizing on the local language. Or was it The Link? Does our lineage extend all the way back? In the early 90s, a popular morning show was on KUAM TV. What was the name? Was it Good Morning Guam, Buenas, or The Link?
All right. Let's go ahead and go to the phones. Good morning.
It's Buenas.
Buenas is a very good, very good guess, and that's 100% correct. And ma'am, what's your name?
Mary.
Mary, good morning, Mary. Buenas to you, Mary. And
hey, buenas.
Yeah, Mary, are you watching on Facebook right now? Because we actually have a picture of Nestor when he used to host the show with that really thick 80s mustache.
Right, yeah.
That was
I'm
a
on
signature.
the road, so I cannot watch the phone. I
Well,
can
too
just talk
bad.
on the phone, but I do listen to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. And you're lucky you cannot see this picture of Nestor because with that's that Magnum PI mustache. So, Nestor.
And Ginger Cruz looks absolutely
he looks
stunning.
Good. He looks good anytime. So.
Oh, looks like
No,
we got.
not just that, but you guys, he does a really great job, and I like it when he reports like on whatever he reports on, but especially I've been enjoying the Beyond Our Borders or something like
Oh, thank you.
Thank
Actually,
you.
no, actually, you know what, Mary? We're Nestor and I were recording a new one today, and that comes out next Monday.
Oh, okay.
So thank you for saying that.
And if you appreciate Nestor's reporting, you can catch him at the press conference 1:30 today. It'll be streamed on our Facebook page.
Oh, there's going to be a press conference. I heard you talking about it yesterday.
Yeah, there's going to be a press conference today, but it's going to be about the governor's trip to Washington, D.C.
Oh, never mind that. But anyway, so I wanted to ask, did you get an answer from Daphne? Are they going to be able to, I mean, not for me because I don't qualify, but are they going to be able to allow the elderly or whoever to apply online for this All Rise? Or do they have to actually go in and like Speaker Terlai said, be desperate enough to, you know, to
Last
line
man
up
standing. Yeah. Yeah, what they're going to do is they're going to seek out the Manumco. They're going to make them face off with each other, and then they got to fight it out, and then whichever Manumco's left standing, then they get the check for the rise.
Oh, my God.
No, I'm kidding, ma'am. We're not that far along. Daphne hasn't even, they're not even at the application yet, but the governor has asked her to have one ready by September 1st.
I think at the end.
By the end of the month, yeah.
And Saipan's already spending there, so.
Saipan is currently putting the finishing touches on a $500 stimulus to every taxpayer in the Commonwealth, but they're doing it in a debit card because they want the money to stay on island. Is what Kevin.
blame them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if you give cash, then people can order online or whatever. But in this debit card, I guess it's something you can only use on. What do you make of that, though, ma'am? Let's ask why the holdup with the spending of our American Rescue Plan funds.
I don't really understand what the problem is. I mean, like, I don't understand why the governor won't work with the legislature. And I know Lou, she's a friend. I'm a retired nurse, and she's a nurse, so, and we grew up in Sinajanias together, so I've known her for years. But I don't understand the rationale. But, you know, what can I say? She's probably in a tough spot, you know, to try to figure out what to do with all the millions of dollars, and it's geared towards certain things. You can't do this, you can't do that. So I'm sure that she's not trying to hang on to the money, because she knows it's not her money. But, you know, I don't really know what's behind I don't know the scenario, or I don't know what's going on, but I kind of feel bad for her when people start criticizing her for this and that, because, you know, I feel like she's trying, and I think that Guam would not be in the situation it's in right now if she hadn't been so strict with stuff, because, you know, she's trying to protect us. But the money, I think, should be used now, and not, you know, don't have to wait. So, but I do listen to all your comments, and sometimes, Chris, you make me laugh.
Thank you. That's if I can make you laugh and forget a little bit. But I think you made a really good point
Mary,
there.
I'm worried. I'm wondering who's going to blush more, Nestor, because you complimented him, or Chris right now?
I'm still
No, I
blushing.
think all of you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you, Mary. But Mary, I think you hit it on the head when you said that you feel for the governor, because this is huge, which is exactly why I believe that she needs to allow our other elected officials a seat at the table to figure this. That's why we voted for all these people. You know what I mean? We didn't just vote for one person.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's why I said I don't know why they can't work together.
Right,
So I don't understand. But, you know, and a lot of our cabinet are friends of mine. And
Right. Yeah.
I don't, I'm not really a Democrat. I'm more a Republican. But, you know, I don't know what to say, except you guys are doing a good job. and
We'll just take that. That's fine. That's absolutely fine.
And I'm glad I won the prize. So
Thank
have
you.
a nice day.
Mary,
you. Take care,
you just
Mary.
come by our studios here in Harmon, and you knock on the door. We'll come out and give you your prize.
Okay, or maybe I'll join you at Kings on Friday. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey. Well, you know, we actually film that on Wednesdays, so just so you know.
Wednesday, 11:30.
11:30. See you there, Mary.
Okay, thank you so much. You guys have an awesome day.
You too.
Thank you,
Josh.
Mary.
I'll see you on the thing tomorrow.
Right
All
on.
right.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Aw.
Nice people.
Thank you. For you heard the words she said of words of praise, right?
That's the only part you heard. Right? She said a lot.
No, she said a lot of great things
Yeah,
about
she's
Nestor.
like, why can't we all just get along? Right?
Yeah.
Kumbaya, my lord.
I mean, but even someone like
Work
Mary,
together.
who is friends with the governor, is just mind-boggled by this refusal to work with the other. Yeah, it is. I don't understand it either. You have 15 senators who are literally begging for a chance to say, hey, here's our ideas. You know what I mean?
They gave her the ideas.
They did, yeah.
But, you know.
It is what it is. We're going to leave you with Cover Me. Very well put. Which is brought to you by Burger King. And Docomo Pacific. Okay? Okay, it's 10:07. Guys, it's been a great show. Thank you so much. My name's Chris. Again.
I'm Sabrina.
That's
I'm
Jason.
Jason. Bye, everybody.
Okay, so we leave you with Cover Me.
Bye.
Remember, Chicken Fries Friday at Burger King. You order chicken fries, you say, I love, love, love chicken fries. They'll give you another one free. It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. Hasta Gupa. Adios.